Hello friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a chill stream, a hangout stream, where I'll be working on this drop game that you see here, and other various streaming tools. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Terrazoid. Welcome to the stream. Shout out to Terrazoid. Terrazoid was the one who created the collision detection for the original drop game. We'll probably add that to this drop game today. Hello, Coding Pasta. Welcome. Yep, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. And thanks for stopping by, Josh. Have a wonderful day at work. Good morning, Carolinda. Welcome. Hello, Shaggy. Hello, Marquez. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to all. Hello, Domenico. Hello, Tokayit. Welcome. Yes. Hey, Majestic Guy. What's up? What's up, Doc? Hello, Manus. Hello, Hork. Hello, Magic Fire. Hello, Divikar. Hello, Cyantan. Hello, Sharpie360, also known as Sean, also known as Rabbitworks. What's up? Yep, it's gonna be fun. You may not have seen, so I streamed making this drop game. And right now the drop game doesn't work on YouTube. Yeah, so apologies if you're on YouTube, the drop game will not work there. We do have to add that. And it's doing weird things, like when the emotes or the snowflakes land on the Christmas tree, they show up like in a box instead of actually on the tree. So we're gonna try and fix that this morning. And then I'm gonna work on some integrations for my Q&A website. So this website, the back end has to spin up. We'll let that spin up. But this website allows people to ask questions, but I'm going to add integrations where if people are YouTube members or patrons and they ask a question, those questions will bubble up to the top. Hello, Yash the Car, who says it's around 12 in the night. It's around noon for me, so you're about 12 hours ahead of me. Hello. Hello, this dot. Welcome. This dot. Hello, Anand. Hello, Marique. What's up, David? Good morning, Alan. How are you? Toki says, is this a question? No, I have to click this button and that will put it under questions. And I don't know, all of this stuff needs work, but ultimately, the Q&A site here, and actually I may, so you saw that it took a while to spin up. That's because I'm using, now version 1, which is a, it puts it in a Docker container and then it spins up, or it goes to sleep after a while. But what I may do, and this may be interesting and educational for those of you that have never done it before, I may actually get like an actual server instance that doesn't go to sleep, and then we'll configure it and deploy it there with SSL and stuff like that. So that's maybe something that I also work on. But ideally and eventually the goal is that we just have one tool to rule them all, where if I mark something as a question, I didn't mean to do that, but hello, Jan, welcome. If I mark something as a question, it would actually go to the Q&A site, and that way people can vote on that individual question. And so that way they're not disparate, separate. Hello, Ermo, welcome. Hello, ATD, welcome. What action do I need to drop from TMI.js? So I can show the code for this Christmas game. If you go to github.com/codinggarden/christmasdrop, all the code is in there, and the TMI.js integration is super simple, actually. So most of this stuff is like drop game logic, but down at the bottom, we connect anonymously to the Twitch IRC server. We say we're listening in the Coding Garden channel, and then anytime a message comes in, I check to see if it starts with !drop, and if it does, we add it to the game. But one thing I want to do, I'll probably do this first, is instead of integrating with TMI, integrate with my chat manager, because I have both YouTube chats and Twitch chats coming in, and that way you can drop from both Twitch and YouTube. So I think I'm gonna do that first. But let me share this link. There is that, and there is that. Assad says, I have learned a lot from your videos. I really enjoy it. Thanks a lot. You're very welcome. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Gluescap. Oh, I see. I think you were essentially meaning like creating your own drop bot. Yeah, so you could do that. And that's what one of the mods Andrew did. So he created a basic web page with TMI.js, and every 30 seconds made the sent a command that is to drop. So if you go to tmijs.com, there's basic documentation for just like connecting. But if you go to the TMI.js docs, this one, well, that one you can see all the functions, but you can also see all of the... Actually, functions would be what you want, because there are functions like send. Let me see. Commands. I think commands is what you want. Yeah, because you can do client.say, and that'll actually send a message in the channel. So I'll send you that. And in that same folder, there are multiple markdown files with descriptions on how it all works. It's different on the holidays. It is. Hello, Tessel. Welcome. Oh yeah, and Tessel, you're right at the top of the tree. Look at you. Cheyenne is asking if I'm going to review some front-end projects today. I didn't plan on it. I do need to spend time doing that because I have quite a few to do. So this is in reference to the Seedling School 01 front-end project. Not today. So I'm going to work on stream tools today, and then most likely tomorrow I will be reviewing projects. But I need the stream tools to manage my stream. The game's got to work. People got to have fun while I'm doing these things. So that's the plan. Yeah, and I'm on a Mac. I'm actually, so my laptop here is a MacBook, but I'm streaming on a Windows computer. So if and actually, I guess I don't have emoji showing on the screen yet, but the system that is producing the stream is Windows, so that way that's why things might seem a little bit interesting. And hello, Augustus. Derek Kramer says, switching to Twitch, the YouTube lag is getting worse. That's unfortunate. That's like, yeah, I don't know. But Twitch is cool. Welcome to Twitch. And hello, Florin. Welcome to the stream. Deep Sin says, did you sleep all right? I did. I got plenty of sleep. I slept in. Yeah, it's good. It's a good night. Hello, yes, sir. Yep, we're working on the drop game first, and then Q&A integrations. Hello, Ilana. Divakar is saying they're trying to share a link. Yeah, YouTube doesn't let you share links. If you go to Twitch, you can share a link. But I think I know which YouTube video you're talking about. Feel free to share it on the Discord as well. But you can look at my YouTube subscriptions. I am subscribed to Programming with Eric, and he created a video that just talked about some good GitHub repos. Where was it? Yeah, this one. But actually, this was he did mention it. He got the title from like an article. Yeah, this article. And then he also added a few of his own. So check these out. Check out that video. Check out Programming with Eric. And really, the main one is awesome lists. Is Doc at the top of the tree? Look at Doc! Right at the top. As more people land on the tree, you'll see the issue, and we're going to fix that. But ultimately, it's hard for the drops to get like into the tree, but we're going to fix that. But yes, like really, if you're looking for GitHub repos, check out, this is the place you should start, because this has lists of lots of awesome GitHub repo lists and stuff like that. Check that out. Seedling drop with all the drops. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink of water. You're right, Glooscap. You're very right. Let me catch up really quick. Yeah, Florin is saying, thanks for helping us help Brad Traversy reach 1 million subs. That's perfect timing, because we can just talk about that right now. So if you go on YouTube and you are not subscribed to Brad Traversy, also known as Traversy Media, you should. I mean, you probably already are, because he's a very popular tech YouTuber. But we're trying to get him to 1 million subs before the end of the year. He's currently at 945,000. It's a stretch, but I think it's possible. Like, if you watch him and you haven't subscribed before, you should probably subscribe. Check him out. Yes, this is what we tried, Doc, not dog, Doc. Slowing the velocity as it enters the tree, but it didn't exactly work out, so we're gonna try to tweak that a little bit. Really, what I might end up doing is just, once it gets within the tree bounding box, put it on a random X within the tree at that given Y. It's probably gonna be the easiest way to do it. And let's take a sip of water. Yep, Majestic Guy mentions that he has some of Brad Traversy's Udemy courses, which are really good. Just a ton of resource, like all kinds of tech-related things, and not just. I mean, it's mainly web development, but he's done like mobile development with Flutter, desktop development with Python. Basically, if you want to learn something about development, he probably has a video on it. So check him out for sure. Oh, is the plan to make the tree have a triangular collision hole? No, that's too hard. I'm gonna make it as easy as possible. Yeah, very true. Hello, Boyan. Is that a new picture? Welcome. Hello, Christopher. Can you talk React and Vue? Just want to hear about your thoughts. Sure. Yeah, I've talked about it in the past, but we'll put your question there, and we'll talk about it. Oh yeah, which bottle? I use a blue water bottle. This is why the top is invisible because I have a blue screen. Oh. I mean, it's nothing special. It has a large cap. I mean, you can't see it because it's blue, but there's a large cap. It holds up to 1 liter of water. It's got measurements along the side. I'm sure you can find one like it. Have I tried? Yeah, we talked about that. Something simple like velocity. Yeah, we'll do that, and that's what I tried. But yeah, okay. And hello, Javi. It's pretty good. All right, let's work on this game. Mountain Dew is for, is for real. All right, I think I have it open. Yes, I do. Okay, and I can show you where that's happening. So basically, right here, has hit tree. So we have this function here that iterates over all the parts of the tree and gets their bounding box. It's not like triangular collision detection. It is just a bounding box. Basically, like each level, where are we? Here. Each level is 1 box. So we figure out if we have hit any of those bounding boxes. And if we have, we start to slow the velocity. So if the velocity is 0, then we stop it. And if the velocity is 0 and we're still on the tree, we stop it there, you get the points. But if the velocity is not 0, we start to slow it down. So here I was reducing the x velocity, which actually I don't think we need to do. Let's not do that. Let's not reduce the x velocity. But we do reduce the y velocity, and it's just by a random amount. But we could do, like Doc was suggesting, like times 0.9, and then the moment it gets to 0, we stop it. The moment I save this, we're going to lose all of our drops, but I'm going to save that. They're gone. And to test it, we're going to drop a bunch of alkas. Here we go. There are all the alkas. So now it will gradually slow the y velocity if it hits the tree. So... oh wow, look, that was like a perfect right on top of the tree. It's okay. I think we need to I think we need to slow it a little bit more. I mean, like what if we I mean, yeah, what if we decrease it by 2 on each frame? Drop dot velocity x times equals 9. Oh, that was pretty good. So this one, you saw that it went like right into the tree, which is nice. Not bad. But this is also what I'm worried about happening. Because we're using a bounding box, technically this one here is within the box, but it's at the top of the tree. Oh. Times equals 0.9. Because that will reduce it, you're right. And then you mentioned something about x velocity as well. So x velocity would slow it down so that way it won't go past the tree. Let's do that too. And I had this logic before because if it was coming from this direction, we needed to flip it in one way, and if it was coming from that direction. But if we just multiply it, then we're good. I'm sort of doing this, Doc. Oh, did it just... Yeah, it just saved. We'll see what happens. So we're reducing the x and the y velocity. I actually think I would want to increase the y velocity. None of them landed on the tree. Okay, this one's gonna land on the tree. It's just floating there. I think another thing is, let's just the shrinking animation. Not that one. When they're done, let's just make them disappear after a second. I don't know. Doing something with the x velocity definitely messed it up. Let's see what happens though. Yeah, that was weird. Whoa. It like went off to the side. Oh, it's... Yeah, I see. We will need this because now it's never gonna go below. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. So if drop.velocity.y is less than or equal to 0.1. Yeah, wind turbulence. Look at him. We'll say like less than or equal to 0.1. Oh, just 0.1 is probably good. Then we'll set the y velocity to just 0. Oh. Okay. So that should do something. Nope. I mean, sort of. That's actually not bad. Right? Math.absolute value of drop.velocity.y is less than or equal to 1. So the y velocity is always positive. It should never be negative because it's always going down. And somehow that happened. But it should stop on the tree. Yeah, and it does. So that's great. I think another thing that I want to do is potentially put it on a random x wherever it lands, so that way it's not just the edges of the trees. Actually, I don't know if I'm happy with this. Let's... Yeah, we won't... The thing is, I probably want to increase the x velocity, because that way it'll make it a little bit further into the tree. Let's see. Right? Because if we gradually increase the x velocity, when it gets within the tree, it like sends it off to the side. That's too much. This is hilarious. It's perfect. No, now it's like a black hole, like, because like when they hit it, it increases their x velocity, so they keep spinning. It's actually kind of cool. Yeah, done. It's like it it's orbiting it and it like flings it off. Okay, that's a little bit too much. We'll do 1.01. Perfect. Yes. And let's say if the y velocity is like, I don't know, less than 0.5, really. Because it seems to kind of just like hover for a second. Oh, I see. Time since last frame, yeah. Now they're all landing at the bottom of the tree. I think we would, somebody mentioned that we should put Christmas trees at the bottom of the tree. Okay, and actually, do I have... Let's see. Oh, no. You all can drop as much as you want. So on the Twitch chat really quick, just do a bunch of drop commands. And let's see what else will happen. Hello, Casual Gameplay. Welcome. Look at all those drops. All right, this is going to be a good one, sort of. Nope. Nope. Well, yeah, like, now they're all, like, landing at the bottom. Okay. We could tweak these numbers all day. Let's see. Let's look at what Doc is mentioning. Doc has wisdom. I don't think I want to be frame rate independent. That's a little too tricky. Anti-gravity tree, basically. Slides right off. Yeah, so please confirm, Doc. Like, because I know that y velocity is always positive, I shouldn't have to do absolute value, right? And should we decrease the y velocity faster? And increase the x velocity? No. Let's not mess with the x velocity. Let's see what happens. We could be like much more scientific about this. See, that's not bad. I like this, and then we'll just do a random x on the tree. I think that's what we're gonna do. Hello, Khalil. Yeah, I'll do Node.js. A plan is I don't know when, but basically, if you look on my channel, I do have a playlist that is building a CRUD app with Node.js and Connects and Express. But this was 2 years ago, so it's time for a revamp. I could like totally redo it, make it better, all that good stuff. Okay, so I honestly think this is okay. We're now just going to do a random x within the tree. Because they were like, good enough, right? Right? Someone confirm. Hello, Fluke. Welcome. Is get bounding rectangle kind of expensive? Might want to cache the collision box. I thought calling that function causes a DOM reflow. Oh, you're actually right, though. Yeah, totally. So here's what we can do. When we select them, we can just immediately get their bounding boxes because the tree never changes. You're absolutely right. When it's on the tree, scale it down a little bit. I think that's a good plan. Okay, but then we can map each of these for a part of the tree, and we'll just say part dot get bounding part rectangle. Cool. Now this is gonna break if it hits the tree, but now we'll just get each rectangle. Why did they freeze in the middle of the screen? Oh, the code probably broke. Yeah. Cool. Okay. And I think what we'll do is we'll do a find. Does find return null if it doesn't find one? Because if it returns null, we won't use it. But then if we get the rectangle, we now have the bounding box, and we can choose a random x within that bounding box. Array find? Pretty sure it returns null. Otherwise, undefined. That works too. Okay, so instead of sum, we'll say find. So find the first bounding rectangle where the drop is within it. And that's going to be in here in has hit tree. And then when the y velocity is 0, we're going to set the x position to be random within that rectangle. I believe, yeah, so really we want a random value between left and right. So drop.position.x equals math.random. How do I get a random value between two values? So I think we'll say has hit tree, which is the rect, dot left, which is the minimum possible value, plus a random value between 0 and the amount that would get us to right. Why is this complaining? I just got to finish this. Okay, so we'll say plus math dot. It doesn't need to be math dot floor either. Yep, that's exactly what I'm about to do. So math dot random times the difference between the two, which would be the total amount. So it'd be rect dot right minus rect dot left, and this needs to happen before the multiplication. And it's not rect, it's let's call this not that, hit rect. Okay, so that should put it now somewhere random within that rectangle, which should hopefully distribute them across the tree. Yeah, so it kind of jumps like that. we can make that animated so it's not as what do you call it? Not as abrupt. And now I kind of don't like it. And what's also an issue is if it lands up at the top here. I think we need to have a maximum distance from the center of the rectangle, right? And I think the other thing is we'll set the Y position to be the bottom of that bounding box rectangle. So like drop dot position dot Y is hit rectangle dot bottom. I think that's a Y position. Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll just do triangular collision detection. Oh, no, that's not it. No, there's multiple rectangles. So this is an SVG. So I'm basically selecting each piece inside of the SVG and using its bounding rectangle. Yeah, I'll check this out, Majestic-Eye. Though I don't want to spend too long on it. I kind of just want it to somewhat work. Hello, Zuhaib. And Titrate says, I did something similar with rotating compass headings on a compass-like app. Okay. Yeah, the only thing about this is they're using like some library that gives them. Oh yeah, it's using P5. So they have vectors, they have triangles, and I don't. I'm just in DOM, and we could do something like that. Okay, I need to figure out what the bottom is here. Let's look up this method, get bounding client rect. What do we get? Where are the properties? It returns a DOM rect. Let's see the properties of a DOM rect. Bottom returns the bottom coordinate value of the DOM rect, has the value as y plus height or what. Maybe we just do dot y. I think that would be the top of it though. Somehow it's putting it at the bottom bottom of the tree. Let's just do the y value and see what happens. Yeah, I think so. The main issue is, um, this is um, now they're all landing right on the same one. But honestly, though, that's not bad because now they're like distributed, which is cool. But I would want them to be distributed along the tree. But the other issue is this SVG is dynamically sized based on the window size. So I don't have like a fixed height and width of the triangle, which makes it tricky. The tip of the triangle is sitting on the center of one of the edges. You know, that's probably it. Okay, so this isn't working. I'll show you really quick what we're dealing with. Let's open up this SVG. So if we look at the parts of the tree, this is basically what we're doing collision detection with. So that rectangle is one bounding box. That's another. That is another. That's another. And then there's that thing. So basically the boxes that you're seeing on the screen, that's what we're doing the collision detection with. Yeah. Doc is saying, the rectangles are always vertical though, right? You could just check how close to the vertical center line the flake is. Yep. And casual gameplay with the donation. Thank you so much, Casual Gameplay. $30 donation who says, thanks for the stream. What do we do? Emotes in the chat, please. Emojis in the chat. Thank you so much, Casual Gameplay. We could take into account the distance. Okay, so we can absolutely determine the center of the rectangle. And then, yeah, we could absolutely, so we could determine what is the center of this thing, and then where is the bottom. Though the bottom doesn't seem to be working very well, because they all aligned with the same one. That could be because they slow down enough. Yeah, so basically the left of the box plus half of its width, and that'll give us directly in the center. Okay. And let's say if we're within 70% of the width, then it counts as a collision. If you scale it by y minus box.top. I don't know if these are like perfect triangles though, because this is like a fat triangle. Though I guess that technically does give us a triangle. I don't know. And hello, Conrad. Welcome. And again, thank you, Casual Gameplay. Always with the donations. Much appreciated. Hello, Solomon. Okay, so right here, we're just checking to see if the left edge of the snowflake is within the left and the right of the tree. But what we're saying is instead, we can check instead of checking if it's within, we can determine how far it is from the center. So Doc is saying you could have the existing box collision detection. Then if it collides, a further check for the center line and triangle. Okay. I like it. So this absolutely checks to see if it's within the box. So first we're checking to make sure that the bottom of the snowflake is at least right here, the top of the tree. And then if it is, we start to check and see if it's collided with any of these, because it could be out here, but it's still technically below the height. But if it's within here, we know that it's collided. And then once it collides, we slow down its velocity. Though, I guess what we're saying is if we actually do the triangle collision detection, we don't have to slow down the velocity. We basically just say the moment it's within the triangle, good to go. Okay. Doc, you're gonna have to help me. I don't know how long you plan to hang out, but I think if we can do triangle collision detection, like that makes a whole lot of sense. So this lets us know it's within the box, and then if it's within the box, we need to then check how far it is from the center line. Let's do it. Okay. Feel free to use like a code pin or something like that if you want to share some code. Look at this wonderful drop, but it's gonna go right to the center. Let's fix that for now. I think this was what messed it up. Okay. And so, Doc, do you think we should be doing that right here? Because this determines if it's the left or the right. We can say if it's within the left and the right, and it's within the triangle. So we could get its y value and determine if that's within the triangle. How do you calculate a triangle based on a box? Like, is that always like a predictable calculation? Like we have the height and the width of the rectangle. We basically draw a line. I mean, it's going to be a little bit off, but if we drew a line from the corner to the center and a corner to the center, that's always the triangle that we get, right? So the math is basically, yeah. Okay, so how do we determine the height? Wait. How do we determine the width of the triangle at a given height within the box? Is there a formula for that? So basically, how can we determine the width at each point within the triangle? Yeah, so how do we calculate that sum value? That's the question. That's the issue. If y position of the flake is less than the absolute value of the center of the triangle times the height of the triangle. Center of triangle times height, does that give us width at a given point in the triangle? And also, exploding head emote. So this gives us the width of the triangle at the given y value. Is that what we're saying? Let's see. But please confirm that box. So if we do this calculation and the y is currently where the drop is, this would tell us the width of the triangle at that given y. And Solomon says, I love watching your videos while eating. Thank you for existing, CJ. Love you so much. Thank you, Solomon. Glad I could be entertaining enough to watch. And hello, Mahidra. Welcome. It's box width times the percentage / fraction of the vertical height. Okay, so we're going to go down this path. And I think we can do it within here. And really, then if it hit, then it hit. It's good. It's within one of the triangles. So we'll say, and actually, yeah, because then we won't get weird things like existing out here. We're only going to check to see if it's collided within this. So if the left is greater than the rectangle's left, and the right is greater than the rectangle's right, and the rect.width multiplied by drop.position.y. Let's just copy paste this. And rect.top divided by rect.height. So this is the width. And so we need to say like y is within that width, right? Find the sides of the triangle with trigonometry, then subtract the distance from the center to find the x and y value. Yes, and that would give us our maximum x value. Oh, Mahidra, no worries, no worries. Don't listen to me. Pick fixed values for tree top and tree bottom left and right, then calculate lines. We could. I like going down this path though, because this is giving us each individual triangle for that given rectangle. So I like that. So if triangle width at the given y is equal to this calculation we just did, then it's within the triangle if the absolute value of x minus the box center line. Okay, so let's put this in a variable. Because this is the triangle width, right? So that's, oh, whoop, whoop, whoop. That's the width of the triangle at the given y that the drop is at. Now, if the absolute value of the x position of the drop minus the center of the tree. So we need the center of the tree, and that's static. We can store that in a variable. Tree center x is going to be window.inner width divided by 2. That's easy. So it's literally the center of the screen. Cool. And that should be the same for all of them because they're all at the center. All of the center. Boxlet. I mean, it should just be this, right? Because we have literally a line down the center of the screen, and that's where the tree is positioned. I think we're getting there. So we have the triangle width at that given y. If math.absolute value of drop.position.x minus the center x, so how far away it is from the center, if that is less than triangle width divided by 2. Yeah, and I don't think we even really need to do this check. Yeah, now we don't need to do that check. Now we literally just need to do this. Yeah? This is it. This is the winner. Let's see. Oh, though we won't need to slow it down. Wow. That's definitely not it. You can see that they're way, way out here and they're disappearing. So that's definitely not it. Might as well keep the box check. Okay. Yeah, why not? Derek Kramer with the $50 tip. What? What? Thank you so much, Derek. That's insane. Let's see if you sent a message. What? Emotes in the chat. For the almost winner. Yeah, okay, there was no message, but thank you. Much love. Hearts. Heart emotes for Derek. Okay, but now we don't need to do this weird slowing thing. We don't need to set the X because it should already be there. We're just gonna do this. Though, let's watch what happens, because somehow... Okay. No, like that one just went straight past the triangle. Okay. It's decent. Like we're decent. We're decent here. Hello, Civil Ed. Welcome, or Civiled. It'd work if we had one box. I mean, technically, we can use the entire. Well, here's the issue. The box that we have is that, and so the triangle wouldn't exactly line up because we actually need a box without this. We could separate it as two different images. Let's do this. We are going to say, can I export this? I think we could do that. We could export it as two images. Basically, we have the image that is just the tree, and then the image that is that, but then we can do the collision detection with only the tree part. Does that sound like a good plan? I think it's a good plan. The only issue is, like I said, this is dynamically sized, so we don't always know like the height of this trunk part. So I think I'm gonna separate it. I'm gonna put it out as two separate images. How do I do this? Export. Flatten. Anybody see it? Thought there was a way to export like individual images. Oh, no, it's on the right. I know. Okay, so if I click here, on the right-hand side, I can do export. Make it an SVG. And this is going to be the tree trunk. Cool. Now if I select everything except for the tree trunk. Actually, let's just delete the tree trunk for now. Okay. Don't want to do that. Why is the bounding box so big? This is what we want to export. Now we're going to export the tree green. So now we have two different images. And I think this could work because now we can get the bounding rectangle of the whole thing. Let's do it. So, by the way, if you want triangle width to work for all y values, what does math.clamp do? Oh, upside down tree. Nice, Shaggy. Math.clamp. Oh yeah, we ended up putting the entire SVG contents in here, but now we don't have to do that because we can just get the bounding rectangle for the entire tree part. Okay, let's do this. So we have the SVG right here. We're gonna delete it. Now the tree should be gone. Cool, the tree is gone. And the code's broken because the tree doesn't exist anymore. But if we first put the trunk there, tree trunk, and this is images / tree trunk. Put the trunk first and then put the tree on top of it. Oh, it's tree dash green. Cool. So I need to adjust the styles. So like the tree needs to come a little bit off of the ground. Let's do this. So we have our tree style somewhere. Position fix, bottom left 0. So now we need to also position the tree trunk. Is that what I called it? Tree dash trunk. Yep. there's the tree trunk. And the tree, we're going to bring a little bit off the ground. So let's just do like 2 view height. Should lift it up a little bit. Yeah, a little bit more. Let's do 4 view height. A little bit more. It's pretty good. And then the tree trunk, we need to bring the width way down so it appears more natural. Let's say like 3 view width. That's too tiny. 4. That's not bad. 5. Cool, that's great. And then let's lift it off of the ground just a little bit more. 5. Cool. Now, we have the tree as one image, and we can get its bounding rectangle. So we'll just say tree rect is going to be tree.get bounding client rect. And then our collision detection right here, we just need to say, yeah, hit rect is equal to this stuff. Then we'll store the and really this is the triangle width at y. Top of the tree divided by, okay, so at y, that's the given width. If the bottom of the drop is greater than inner height minus, no, and actually, we really just want to say tree rect dot top right here. And this is tree rect dot left, tree rect dot right. Alka, yeah, the code was broken, so Alka broke. Wow! We've sort of done it. So we saw that like one Alka went past like right at the top. That one should land on it. Cool. I think at this point we should actually slow down the Y velocity, because that way, otherwise it's only going to land on the edges of the tree. Yeah, and what is let me catch up. Yeah, and so that's what we just did, Majestic Eye. We made the green piece like literally one thing, and now we have its triangle, which is great. And then math.clamp is math.min and math.max rolled into one. Okay. The issue is outside of the box. Why? I don't understand that. Happy Festivus. And that's I haven't been drinking water in a long time. Let's drink water. Here comes Deep Sense. Hey, nice. And we'll make it like shrink for sure. Add that clamp to make it feel better. So really, this is just math.min or max. Is math.clamp in JavaScript? It's not. We would need to implement it. And hello, Bob. Welcome. Fix docs OCD. Understanding the question is important as the answer. That's true for everything in life. Okay. Box.width times math.clamp of this thing. Okay, now we need to implement clamp. And please explain to me what it does again. Clamp with a value. Is that like a min and a max? Is that what that does, Doc? It's in ES 2017? Oh, cool. Yeah, let's do that. But we will put it in this clamp function. Clamp it. And we can get rid of these parentheses, I think. Like that. All right. This is it. We broke it. They went right through the tree. We'll fix it. John says, I wish I could switch off all the floating things. That seems all the range with Twitch streams. Coding Garden has become almost unwatchable. Yep, I really only keep it on during Hangout stream. So this is not a tutorial. This is just me coding. You're all hanging out with me. Put it up there. But if I'm doing an actual tutorial where the code is important, this stuff gets turned off. Just make sure it never gets smaller than 0 or bigger than 1. Uh-oh. Yeah, it went straight through the tree. Typing drop has definitely taken some years off my keyboard. Yeah. John, we are literally working on this drop game right now. We're working on the triangle collision detection for this. Okay, that didn't work, Doc. Make sure it never gets smaller than 0. Did I do that right? Right, I'm passing that into my clamp function, math.min, math.max. Does it need to be 0 and 1? Not 0 and 1, 0 and... Right? Right? Undo until it works again. I mean, this will fix it if we just actually, like, literally just return the value that we're calculating. And that's what's happening right now, John. We're testing it with a bunch of test drops to see what happens. Yeah, so that lands on the tree. Yeah. That's pretty decent, right? We don't have any, like, weird floating things. Should the clamp be absolute value? Oh. I think Doc did mention that earlier. No. let me know, Doc. And hello, Abdur. Welcome. Jonathan is saying, hi, what would you recommend to program as an intermediate in JavaScript? I want to use vanilla JavaScript to program something that I learned from. Really anything. So anything that you might have implemented with like a front-end framework or a library, just try doing it without that. And you'll learn a ton, learn a lot. Hello, Sergio. Welcome. Hello, Ozma. Treetop is definitely working. Yeah, look at that. Sick. It's the only an issue if you're using just the triangle check alone without the bounding box check first. Okay. The bottom triangle doesn't seem to catch anything. Here's what we're gonna do. Oh, we'll get rid of the clamp because I'm already doing bounding box detection here. Okay. I think we do want to actually slow the velocity because that way they won't. Oh, that didn't work. They went straight through the tree. What? Something broke. Though, well, I don't know. Let's make sure this is like, let's see what happens here. And actually, I could limit the, like that guy. Yeah, okay, so he's stuck. That one went straight through the tree. That one's on it. That one's on it. And that one should be on it too. Cool. Okay. I'm getting the client rectangle at the beginning now. So I literally just get the and let's well, I can debug it in Chrome. It won't be the same bounding rectangle as what's on my screen here. Not drop. Log. And this should take into account the fact that we've pulled it off of the bottom of the screen. That's not it. 3,000. So we see this DOM rectangle. The bottom is 928. Well, if we refresh the page and clear it, refresh. So we can see that the height and width is 128. The top is at 241. Yeah, so the rect at the beginning is there. And a super chat from Eric. Let's read their message if they had one. Did they have one? Oh, it's just a super chat. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Cool. So, yeah, the rectangle is calculated at the beginning, and then we do collision detection the moment the drop. Oh, it shouldn't be, no, because we're not actually the script doesn't run until the images have loaded. I believe should be the case. Like this thing should land at the top of the tree. Look at that. Okay. I think for the most part it's good. Now we just need to slow down the velocity again, which will make it fall potentially further into the tree rather than just on the edges. Drop.velocity.y. So we're shrinking the y velocity. X velocity can stay the same. All right, let's see what happens. Look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? That's pretty good, right? That's not bad. But now, if it lands under the tree, we should turn it into a present, right? That's not bad. All right, let's get some drops in the chat. so we see any people besides Alka. Let's see. Oh, I mean, so the thing is, if you drop without an emote, it just drops a snowflake. Alka is the only one that's made it. And it's interesting, though. They're sticking around. But I think that's okay. I think we should just turn these things at the bottom into present. So they're into presents because they're not on the tree, but they're below it. There's Jan. There we go. Yeah. Haha, present. Is this one gonna do it? No, it's like right on the edge. And then it got sent off. It like slid off of the tree. That's actually pretty funny. All right, Mr. 99 numbers, here we come. Yep. This is acceptable. This is acceptable, I think. All right. Well, now one thing, right? Agree or disagree right now in the chat. Is this acceptable? should we stop working on this thing? All right, I'm gonna get rid of all the alkas for now. And hello, Abdel. Marquez says it's acceptable. Majestic Guy says, okay, great. Bob says it's perfect. And I didn't plan on working on scoring. One thing I definitely want to add is just I want to allow YouTube to send drops as well. So I think I'll work on that next. But if you watch it, it just like immediately shrinks. We need to add a shrink animation. So let's do that. And who thinks it's kind of funny that sometimes they just slide off of the tree? I think that's perfectly fine and pretty funny. Okay, so the ornament. Yeah, we're already shrinking the name. No, drop done. There we go. Oh, Ozma made it onto the tree. Look at that. Thanks, Narash. Okay. How is it shrinking? Oh, it's not shrinking. I know what is happening. So, the snowflake disappears, and when you drop without a snowflake, then it just defaults to a snowflake inside of a snowflake. So what's actually happened here with Terrazoid is there's actually a small little snowflake inside of that snowflake. Should have like a percentage chance to slide off just to upset some people. Okay. And we actually don't want to do visibility hidden. We want to shrink it. This is what we'll do. Oh no, it should fade out. Do I have a fade animation? It should fade over like 2 seconds. Yeah, let's add a fade animation. So it should go from opacity of 1 to an opacity of 0. And we're gonna default it. Oh, okay, so now the snowflake that lands on the tree should fade out and your emote will stay there. Drops aren't working on YouTube yet. That's the next thing I need to add. Right now it's Twitch only. Oh, look at Bob. Yep, they all just missed. I mean, I feel like the odds of winning this drop game are like way less than my original drop game. Okay, here comes Xeons. If that one doesn't land on the tree, why is it not landing on the tree? Did you do that on purpose, Derek? Okay, I guess you did. Okay, there's actually a message attached. Of course I remember you, Derek Kramer. 3! No way! Okay. All right, heart emotes in the chat for Derek. Let's read their message. This is fantastic. Wow. Wow. Wait. No, wait, that puts you at $200 donation, Derek. That's insane. Okay, so here's the message from Derek. Thank you for the streams. You may not remember me, but you're the reason that I can donate $150 on a random Saturday to a Twitch stream. It's the best days of Galvanize. Both Brooks and yourself provided genuine inspiration and education. Yeah, so Derek was a student at Galvanize a while back. Of course I remember you. Come on. And second message, and now because of the career path you've trailblazed, I get to continue to enjoy the same inspiration and education. You're a remarkable educator, and I'm so happy that you've been able to expand your talent to such a wide audience. Thank you so much, Derek. Last message. Thanks for all you do, and this $150 doesn't come close to the debt I owe you for the education you provided. Now that all the sappy stuff is done, let's get back to collision detection. Merry Christmas. Thank you so much, Derek. It warms my heart. Merry Christmas. Okay, so something broke. What broke? Is it the fact that, you know what? I think this... I think the fact that we were changing the opacity somehow, this is the only thing I changed. That couldn't have broke it. But, oh my goodness. Thank you, Derek. Thank you so much. Shout out to Derek. All right. I'm going to catch up on the chat. Travis says, love your videos. This is the first time I actually get to see you live. Well, thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so that drop did work, which is weird. Oh, wow. It's just like the edge of the tree. That's not, I don't like that. If we, I guess if we slow down the Y velocity a little more, it should actually hit it. Like that. Not to be critical, but if the snowflake goes through the top of the tree, which should actually be the perfect landing. Yeah, I think like if it lands on the tip, we should turn it into a star. That was the idea in the past. Oh, I see. Bob made a drop bot where if anybody else says drop, his bot will say drop, and then they had multiple drop bots going. Hello, Mr. 99 Numbers. John says, after an evening of watching Coding Garden the following day, I wrote and published a couple of utility apps using node.js rather than my go-to.net. Feel bad for moaning now. Love my... No worries, John. I absolutely know where you're coming from because I've seen a lot of Twitch streams with so much stuff on the screen. But in this particular moment, we're actually... Like, I was literally just testing it, which is why so much was popping up. And we're about to do it again because I want to make sure my collision detection is good. Okay, let's watch in this area. No, they just went around the tree. That one should land. Okay. But it did like a little swoopy thingy. Wow. Okay. 0.7. This would decrease the velocity less. No, we're at 0.8? I don't know. But yeah, no worries, John. And I'm glad I could inspire you to use JavaScript because I actually used .NET for when I first started my career. And I really like JavaScript. Okay, one went past the top. Okay, this one should land. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Jonathan says, thanks for the answer. We'll go for Vanilla.js project. Would you code it in Vanilla.js ES5 or ES6 using classes and modules? I would use as much of the latest features as possible. So like potentially use classes if you want to. You can do it without classes, just like object factories. Use JS modules. So like in your HTML, you can actually here say type equals module. And then in the JavaScript, you can actually use import and export syntax. And that's supported by Chrome, which is pretty sweet. So you don't need like a build tool. All of that is just like directly supported. Yeah. You could always make the snowflake red when it's detecting as colliding. That's not bad. Let's do that. Abdur says, can you like do a Udemy? Wait, how far back did I go? I don't know. Can you do a Udemy or LMS clone full stack app? Possibly. The thing is, I want to build something like that for my channel in general, just like a place to host my videos. So it may not be a course. You can just see me hacking on it and trying to get it to work. Why don't I just use a 2D JS engine? I don't know. Programmer in Progress says ES6 and using Babel is the way to go. I found ES6 or even TypeScript to be a great leveler when you work with front ends and back ends together on a project. Definitely. But I would suggest you could even do it without Babel because there are a ton of features that are just directly supported in Chrome. So yeah. Okay. What did we just do? This is not bad. let's um let's now what are we gonna do? Oh yeah, we're gonna get YouTube drops working. That's the next plan. But let's take a sip of water. The other thing is, okay, we're gonna disable the Alka drops, and we're gonna make it so that you can only drop every 30 seconds. Like so. We'll do presents, potentially do presents after we get YouTube integrated. Yeah. TypeScript plus Express. Perfect combination. I don't know about that. Like, I was helping someone debug a TypeScript and Node project yesterday. And it's just weird. Like, I don't like having a build process in my backend code because the code that's actually running is not the code that you wrote. And I mean, we're used to that on the front end, but for me on the back end, that's just, I don't like it. I don't like it. Okay, so to get this working, we need socket.io. So we can actually look at my seedling drop game, which is like the original drop game. And actually, we can even let's grab the, we can grab the collision detection from here as well. So Terrazoid, who's in the chat and on the screen, there they are, added collision detection. With the drops. So if the drops hit each other, they bounce off of each other. So we'll definitely grab that. But in the meantime, we basically, basically, we just want to do this. And I'll explain what all the code is doing. But instead of tapping into TMI.js, we're going to tap into my backend chat server, which is how the Twitch and YouTube chats are integrated, and that allows us to listen for messages on all. Hello, JFellyWeb. Welcome. Okay. Comment that out. The drops are about to stop, and we are going to do this. So, we need to add socket.io. We need to grab the live chat ID. So actually, I should have copied more code than just that. These drop bots are getting out of it. And one thing that I'll do after this, I'm gonna make the cooldown 90 seconds, so you can only drop one thing every 90 seconds. Okay, if it starts with drop, parse the emojis. I'm already doing emote parsing on the back end. Okay, so that should be fine. The game is about to break horribly. There we go. Game is broken. But we do actually need to we need all of this. So basically the way my chat manager app works is each event has the associated YouTube live chat ID, which is this. And all of the messages associated with that get stored together. So to actually listen for messages, you need to know the live chat ID or it won't listen. So that's what that code is doing. And I'm going to use all of it. The only thing is we don't have a leaderboard, so we don't have to do that. But we do connect to the socket, grab all of the streams, get the chat ID for the stream that is currently live, and then start listening for messages. And current users. Oh, this dot is a bot? You roll a dice? Current users is actually just users. There's no leaderboard. We need to add Tweemoji and socket.io. Okay. It's gonna break again, but let's grab those. Oh, actually, yeah, I think I just downloaded them because we have Tweemoji, socket.io. Okay, I'm just gonna copy them from my local computer. Turn drop into a forbidden word in the chat. All right, let's make a lib directory, and we're just going to copy from the seedling drop client lib we need the emoji parser. And similarly, we need socket.io. Cool. So now we have both of those libraries. Oh, no, we don't. We have both of those libraries. Now we just need to add a reference. And we're not bringing in TMI anymore. I think this might actually work. Is it that easy? I mean, I basically just copy pasted code, but let's see. No, we need to debug it in the browser. Okay. Oh yeah, config is not defined. One thing that I did was create a config file that said where the server is, and let's just remove TMI. Because that computer over there can't talk to localhost, it needs an actual IP address. So do that. Oh, and this here is where I'm actually, yeah, this is pretty great. So I am using, we can talk about modules in the browser. So check it. Well, for one, let's just put the stuff in this file. Oh. Message server is at right now at 100. Like that. Okay, so this is a JavaScript file. It says export default, and I want to get that into my index.js. So up at the top, I would like to say import config from config.js. And we're not using any build tools. This is directly inside of the browser. Right now, that should break because I don't have script type module. So if we look in the browser, cannot use an import statement outside of a module. But in my HTML, if I say, for this index.js, if I say type equals module, like so, I can actually use import export syntax in here without any build tool. It just works. Cool. So maybe. Heyo. Object. Very good. So we need, yeah, look at that object. We need to fix with how the do drop is happening. So I think I'm calling do drop in here. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I don't need the platform. I really just need to pass in the username and then the URL of the thing that was dropped. Like that. Oh, I need to handle user avatars. Though, actually, I think that should be fine. Oh, I think the only difference is that it puts a border radius on it, but it should be fine. That. Okay, so if they drop without anything, then we actually need to put an image on there. What if we just get an image of an ornament? Let's do that, because I don't like the fact that there's a snowflake inside of a snowflake. Pixpay. There we go. Let's look for an ornament. We want to find vector graphics. Christmas ornament. We could drop Santa. Yeah. But it doesn't make sense for Santa to be on a Christmas tree. Let's use one of these. Yeah, I think these are decent. Or even those. Oh, is that a Twitch ornament? We could say if the platform is Twitch, we use that. Let's see. How can I get that image URL? Nice. All right, so I'm gonna say if the platform is Twitch, don't we have the platform from somewhere? I think it's message.platform. Let's see what we had. Yeah, if message.platform is equal to Twitch, then we're going to do the drop with the present. Or sorry, with the ornament. And then otherwise, we'll find an image to use. But now, if you do a drop on Twitch, you should see that ornament. A drop with nothing, just say drop, like that. There it is! All right, Coding Garden coming in hot. Is it gonna land on the tree? No. Oh, right at the bottom. Look at that. Look at that. That's perfect. Look at that. Little Twitch ornaments. There's Ozma. Cool. All right. But now we'll find an ornament to use for YouTube. Well, let's see if there is something like YouTube Christmas ornament. No. Nothing. We'll search Google. Images. That's not very nice. Let's just find like a red one. Those are blue. Those are purple. Could potentially do this one. Okay. Let's use this one. I think we can get an SVG of it, right? That is huge. Let's just get a PNG. Dev. Yeah, it's not bad. It literally looks like an ornament on the tree. Images. You'll make me a YouTube one? Okay. Say red ornament. Let's just see what this looks like, but that'd be great. I mean, I can send you this if you want to use it as a template, because it is an SVG. Cool. YouTube logo circular. I want it to be like an ornament though. Okay. So otherwise, we're just gonna drop with images / red ornament.png. Cool. So if you drop from YouTube like that, yeah, it's a little red ornament. Geek Panther says my stickers are very cool. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Here comes Assad. Not quite. But look at that. That's perfect. A nice little Twitch ornament. Okay, here's titrate logic. It just might make it to the tree. Doesn't have enough X velocity. Didn't happen. No. Cananello says my messages are no longer coming through. I don't think you did. What's your Twitch username? Hello, Jimmy. Yeah, I've seen your YouTube comments. Thanks for watching. And thanks for the follow, Davy2102. I don't know if I acknowledge that. Hello, Jorge. I don't know if I said hi either. I'm just catching up. All right. Um, let's get rid of these. This is not very appealing. Why is that happening? What are you doing, Assad? So Assad, you can only drop once every 30 seconds. Bob, you're on the tree. Great work. Like you're hanging right off the bottom there. Assad, is this like a drop bot, Assad? Um, I unfortunately I'm gonna have to time you out. Like you're doing it too much. Um, did that happen? Oh, I didn't mean to delete it. Okay, you just timed out for 300 seconds. Please don't do it that much. Okay, this is fun. It's working for both YouTube and Twitch now. um, yeah, and we pretty much did triangle detection thanks to Doc. Much appreciated, Doc. Yeah, we're not really using that anymore. Thanks for the follow, Shadowrunner. I don't think I acknowledged that. And thanks for the follow, Abimsu. Welcome. Okay. I think we need a thicker tree. No way. Yep, it's hanging like an ornament, just right there. Okay. I've been streaming for an hour and a half. This is fun. Like, we did it. Look at us. We got a tree. We can put ornaments on it. And actually, I think the timeout is 30 seconds. Yeah. And no worries, Abdel. Just know that you can only do the now that it's working, you can only do the command once every 30 seconds. Geek Panther says, I'm new here. Do you do web dev or coding stuff or what? Yeah, I mostly do web dev and JavaScript. The math was so easy, Doc. Like that was insane. Yeah, I'm not sure. Did one of the mods block deep sense? Try now. I don't know if you somehow got timed out or... Okay, that should have done it. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. Just make sure you're nice in the chat, because the mods have full discretion to time out people if they want to. And hello, Jeremy. Welcome. But yeah, Geek Panther asked, yeah, so I just made this drop game that you're looking at. It's just built with vanilla JavaScript and DOM manipulation. And I built it on stream. So there's an older drop game where when the drop landed in the center here, a nice little seedling would grow, because this is the coding garden. But we decided to do this for Christmas. But yeah, I write JavaScript stuff. If you check me out on YouTube, you can see a lot of the different things that I do. Lately, it's just been a lot of Q&A streams and really just answering questions and hanging out. Pretty soon, I'll start doing more tutorials like I used to. Oh yeah, look at me. Look at all those ornaments. That's great. Oh, here comes Andrews. That better land on the tree. Yeah. Nice. Cool. It could have been that you got timed out because of the bot. That makes sense. Hello, Aloob. Welcome. Matthew's saying, I thought you could only stream on Twitch. That's if you are a Twitch partner. And congrats to Ozma that just made it on the tree. A Twitch affiliate. So I don't have any monetization enabled on Twitch. So I don't have an exclusivity clause, and I am allowed to stream in other places. Can you explain the code? Yeah, let's start from the beginning because we're basically done now. And some of the code got written off stream, but let's start at the top. So something you can ignore is like the snowflakes that you see happening on the screen. So I actually got that. It was suggested by, I think it was Majestic Eye, but there's this thing called CSS snowflakes. You literally just add these styles and these snowflake elements to the page, and it automatically starts doing snowflakes. So that's how I did that. We can talk about the dropK mechanics, and then I'll probably take a short break, and then we'll work on other things. Tree seems good. Thanks, Ozma. Would love some more React tutorials. I do React on a daily basis at work, so yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, and what other people were doing is like they wrote like Twitch bots that said if another user used the drop command, then their bot would issue the drop command, and that just created an infinite loop of drops. But with TMI.js, you can basically say if the message is from me, then don't do that. Oh yeah, that's me. Yeah. I was on the coding train once. If you look, oh yeah, I think somebody asked earlier, what's my association with the coding train? Nothing really. He's just seen my channel and I watch his, and probably like a year and a half ago, I was on the coding train and I did this full stack Twitter clone, which was really fun. And then usually when he's streaming, I'll hang out in his chat, and I really enjoy watching his stream. But that was a fun stream. If you're new to all of this development stuff, that stream will teach you a lot about web development and what's involved in all this stuff that we do here. There's nowhere to upload an SVG file. Yeah, that's true. You can't really use like Imager. It's okay if it's a PNG, honestly, because it could just be like rasterized. Yeah. You think it's worth to dabble in Dart or wait a few years to see if Google gets its way with ambient programming? Dart has been around for a while, and I do plan to start learning it pretty soon to do Flutter. So yeah, Dart's cool. Cool. Thanks for the follow, Geek Panther. What's up, Crit? We worked on this drop game here, so now you can drop, and if it lands on the Christmas tree, it becomes an ornament. And your drops are snowflakes instead of like little parachutes. All right, let's talk about the code. So we have our HTML here. You can ignore the snowflake stuff. That was just added from that. Oh, and before we do it, I think this is a YouTube ornament. Nice. Nice. This is really good. Okay, so really all we need to do here is if the drop came from YouTube, we're going to use this image. All right, and unfortunately, all of our wonderful ornaments are going to disappear because I don't have any persistence. Maybe we should add that, but gone. But now, if you drop from YouTube without specifying anything, we should see a YouTube ornament. Look at that. Beautiful. Thank you, Majestic Eye. Much appreciated. Christmas theme. Okay, let's talk about the code. So the HTML is very basic. We have an image, which is the snow along the bottom. And that's just an SVG for the whiteness. We have the tree trunk, which is the brown part of the tree. And we actually separated that out here in Figma. So I got an SVG before that had all of these parts. But what I did was I extracted the trunk as in one individual image and then extracted the rest as another image. So once I extracted this piece of the tree, we now have pretty basic triangle collision detection. So if we draw a line from the bottom left here to the top center and a line from the top to the bottom right, that's the triangle that we're doing the collision detection with. So we eventually figured that out, but those are two separate images. So you have the green part of the tree, which is one image, and then the tree trunk, which is below it. We're using Socket.io to listen for messages from my chat server. And we're parsing emojis as well. So one thing you can do is you can do a drop and specify an emoji. Let's try a panda. There we go. So it parses the emoji. Oh, is this going to land on the tree? Are we going to get a panda on the tree? Look at that. Very nice. Oh, hey, Infi, what's up? Wait, what does the old one look like? I may not change it just because I don't want the scores to disappear. Oh. Oh. All right, we'll use it. But now all of the emotes are going to disappear. That's fine. We're working on it. Okay, so yes, I'm using sockets, and that's listening for real-time messages. One special thing about this is you see this chat manager behind me. That's showing both YouTube and Twitch chats. So I have my own custom chat server that's basically connected with TMI.js to Twitch to listen for messages there, and is connected to the YouTube API to listen for messages there. So that's one backend application that I wrote, and that already existed. If you go to live chat manager on my GitHub, the server here is responsible for listening to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time. And basically, this backend server exposes a socket, WebSocket connection that emits an event anytime a new message comes in, either from YouTube or Twitch. So that is running in the background, and then Socket.io allows us to connect. So in terms of the code, again, this is like specific to my custom chat server. So my chat server will list when streams are live, and that stream has a unique ID, and that allows us to listen for messages for that unique ID. So we connect to my backend server, and then anytime we get a message, that message has lots of different properties, like the actual message itself, the display name of the author, whether or not that message came from Twitch or YouTube, and then we use all of that good stuff. So all of this code is really just parsing the message. If you say drop me, then that drops your avatar, like what happened right there. And so this was potentially pulling your avatar out. Yeah, so that does that there. If you drop with an emoji, we actually use Tweemoji to pull out if any emojis actually happened, and then use those there. Yeah, my theme does not do that, no. Please, okay, let's do it. So people are mentioning, you'll see the avatars here, they're just squares. Let's add a border radius. So I think we'll do dot drop emote avatar. So if the emote is an avatar, then border radius is going to be 50%. And then we need to add that avatar class if it ever is an avatar. So in JavaScript, we'll do that here. We'll pass in true to our do drop function. And then if avatar is true, and it defaults to false, but if it's true, when we create the element here, we're going to add the avatar class to that. Something like this. So if avatar, otherwise nothing. And then this comes in as avatar. So now, if you do drop me, it should be circular. Okay, back to the JavaScript. So This code basically handles deciding what to do with the drop. So you can drop me, you can drop emotes, you can drop avatars, all that good stuff. And then what really comes into play is the do drop function. So do drop takes in the username. You were an ornament, Derek. I had to refresh, but okay. So it takes in the username, the URL, which is just going to be the image, like whether it's an ornament or an avatar, like Terrazoid coming in hot. Is it gonna happen? I think it's gonna happen. Take your bets. Nice. And then avatar, which I just added, which decides to add the circle. So one thing we're doing is anytime a user drops, we add them to, you add their username to an object, so you can only drop once every 30 seconds. So if you've already dropped, we just exit, you can't drop. And then we create a drop element. This is just a simple HTML element that basically is this snowflake thing. So I have a few different snowflake images. We grab a random snowflake and that becomes behind it. And we show the user's name. And then we have our own tiny little physics engine. So we create that element, and then it has an initial velocity. So initially, the x velocity is random. So it could be random in this direction or randomly going in this direction at some given speed. But it's kind of like a minimum of 4. So between 0 and 4, either negative or positive. So the x velocity is like 4 pixels per frame. And then y velocity is between 0 and 5, but a minimum of 2. And then the position is also random. So I randomly choose basically above the screen, where are we randomly on the x, and then the y is just the height of the drop minus 100. So it starts 100 pixels above the screen, and then we add it to the page. And then we have a game loop. So the game loop just does update, which is it'll basically set the top and left of the DOM element on each frame or on each iteration. Update updates the position based on the velocity. Draw just simply sets the top and left on the DOM element. And then we use request animation frame to basically call itself over and over again. So the game is just like constantly happening. And then anytime there's a drop, we have it in the drops array and it's added to the page. So like I mentioned, when we do a draw, we basically just set the top and the left based on its position. So we have a few helper functions, which are these. These were created by Terrazoid. When they added the collision detection for the drops themselves. So the left of the element is its position minus half of its width. Right is position plus half of its width. And so basically the position of the drop is the direct center of that image. Vue.js not detected. Yeah, this is just vanilla. Yeah, there's no view here. Would you say the drop game is portable to a standalone website? I mean, yeah. So right now, the reason it's on the screen is because I have it as an OBS overlay. But I mean, technically, you could have it on a web page. Let's just like change the background color so it's visible. Like that. So you could have it on a web page. And then maybe you have a box off to the side where people can send messages. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so some helper functions here was just help getting the position of the element. And then we just set it on the page. And if the drop is final, meaning it's made it to the Christmas tree or to the bottom of the screen, we don't do that anymore. And then the update function is where things get interesting. So we basically iterate over all the drops that are on the screen. If it's done, we don't need to do any updates, so we just return. And then we increase its position based on its velocity. It's as simple as that. So like as it's dropping, there's really no collision detection yet. But then once it starts to get into this area, we start to do collision detection. So first we have collision detection with the this part of the screen over here. So if the left edge of the drop is less than or equal to 0, then that means we hit the edge, which Krisu might do, or they might just hit the bottom. But basically, if they hit the edge, we flip the velocity. Does that work? I guess that works, right? And then similarly, if it hits the right, I see. So if it hits the left, we need to make the x velocity positive. But if it hits the right, we need to flip it and make the x velocity negative. So this is just basic collision detection for the edges of the screen. And then this is what we worked on today, which is collision detection with the tree at the bottom of the screen. So we get the bottom edge of the drop, and we check to see if it's greater than or equal to the top of the tree. So the moment we get right here, we start checking to see if we've collided with the triangle anywhere. And then thanks to Doc, we have some special logic which will determine the width of the tree at the given y location. Yeah, Seti Monokai does not. Let's see. You are really good at JavaScript. Thanks, Geek Panther. I've done a lot of JavaScript. And Geek Panther with the $1 donation. Much appreciated. Yeah, and it's good to point out, Kenanello is saying Matter.js does collision detection for you. There are a lot of JavaScript frameworks out there that you basically can set a bounding box, and then you can just say, like, has collided. Or even if you add physics to the environment, like things have gravity and things have, like, a certain hardness, things will automatically bounce off of each other. But we kind of just did it all from scratch. But shout out to Geek Panther. Thanks for the $1 tip. Who says, cool stuff. Thanks for the explanation. Love to learn more on sockets. Yeah. The donation overlay is under the snow, which makes it cut off. Oh, that's a good point. Or the event list. There. There we go. And thanks again, Geek Panther. Mono is saying a MERN blog app versus WordPress. It really depends. Like if you're building something for a client, WordPress is going to be the fastest and easiest way to go. If you build it with Mongo and Express and React, you're in full control. But at the same time, you have a lot to implement because you have to create management views for creating posts and potentially managing comments and stuff like that. So this is if you want to build it from scratch. This is if you want to use something pre-existing. And like I said, if it's for a client, you probably want to use WordPress because you wouldn't want to have to write everything from scratch. Depends though. If they're paying for that, then yeah, write it from scratch. Excuse me. Okay, and then last thing is, now that I've detected that the bottom of the drop is within the tree, we start doing collision detection. So this gets the width of the tree at the given y location, which is this way. And then we determine if it has actually hit the tree. So we get the left edge of the tree rectangle and the right edge. If it's within that, we know it's within the tree. And then this little bit of magic right here checks to see if it's within the x of that point on the tree. So like I mentioned earlier, we're basically simplifying it. Like we basically created a triangle, which is a line from the top here to the bottom right and a line from here to the bottom right. So we're basically estimating. And if the x position is within the width of the tree at that given y, we know that we've hit the tree. So first thing we start to do is slow down the velocity so that way it like starts to come to a stop. And then when the y velocity is 0, we know, and it has hit the tree, we know that it has hit the tree. We give it the class of ornament, which basically puts it there. And then after 30 seconds, we remove the user's name so that they can drop again. This logic is just handling if it hits anywhere else on the screen, which basically makes the snowflakes disappear once they hit the bottom. Reinvent the wheel, please. It's just fun to see how this stuff is written from scratch. I definitely could use like a pre-existing thing. Yeah, and JFairly Web is saying Ghost is a good option if you want to just build a blog app. I believe Ghost is built off of node.js. And they... Yeah, I think recently they probably added like headless CMS features, meaning you basically get an API and you can build a custom front end on it. That said, you could do something similar with WordPress because WordPress now has a JSON API, so you could use WordPress as your management UI, but then build a React app that. Oh man, that was tricky. Did you see what happened to this one right here? It like hit it and then it didn't slow down fast enough and fell off the screen. Yeah. So yeah, you could use WordPress. It has an API, and then yeah, they might have changed that recently, but because it used to be that like Ghost was the free and open source thing. They had the prices here are if they're hosting it for you. You absolutely can just go to their GitHub and host it on your own server. GitHub. You're right, NP. It's hard to find, but I don't want to start a free trial. Read the developer docs. Install and set up. Yeah, local install. Yeah, so basically, if you have a server, you can install this thing for free. You don't need to pay them for hosting. Do sockets use HTTP? I think so. Yeah. So we actually see here. Let's. So this chat manager right here is listening to the same backend server that the drop game is listening to, and that my window here that's showing the chat here, they're all listening to my same backend socket server. So we can debug some sockets here. So if we do this, we're looking at any WebSockets that are happening, and yeah, port 5000 is where my message server is. And if we look at messages, we can see all the things that are happening. So behind the scenes, we're and not behind the scenes, but basically anytime a new message comes in. So if you watch over here, when a message comes in, we actually get a socket message that there is a new message. And the way my backend server works is it sends an array of messages because it could be that there are multiple messages that all came in at once. And so every message that shows up here could potentially have multiple socket messages. And yeah, so you can see these are probably drop messages. So if we look at these and we look at their contents, the message itself is dropping some pants. And I have all that other info there. But basically, sockets give you a real-time connection to the server. So the server can send out events and the client knows exactly when that happened versus having to ask the server for new messages constantly. And Imphy is saying sockets can use both WebSockets, which is non-secure, and WebSocket Secure, which is WSS, unless you're using long polling, where you can use both HTTP and HTTPS. And so the Socket.io library that I'm using basically has some fallback. So if the browser that the code is running in doesn't support WebSockets, and so like WebSockets is the standard, Socket.io is a library that's like a wrapper around it. WebSockets. So this is the thing that we're using. And on the back end, we have a Node.js server which implements a socket API. However, like I mentioned, because we're using Socket.io, it's basically a wrapper around WebSockets, which give you some conveniences. So like older browsers that don't support WebSockets, it'll fall back to long polling. And even older browsers, it'll use like a Flash plugin if it needs to. But yeah. Infy is saying the Firefox Developer Edition has Socket.io integration in the DevTools, so if anyone is debugging a lot of Socket.io, I personally recommend that. I should check that out because I use Socket.io a lot. Is it Socket.io specifically or WebSockets? Asad is saying, can we run a client and a server on the same client? I mean, localhost 3030/server and localhost 3030/client. You could do that with some proxying if you really wanted to, but I don't know why you would want to, because it's a lot easier to just host them on separate ports. SSL, SOC, yeah, it's a lot of terms. Make a web browser in vanilla JavaScript. Hello, Shedot. Welcome. I don't know if you could do it with vanilla. I mean, we could use Electron, but that's just, it's not from scratch. But I've worked on something similar before in the past. Basically, an Electron app that lets you browse to URLs, and you basically have to implement navigation in the browser URL bar and right-click menus and stuff like that. Though it's kind of cheating to just use Electron because it has a lot built in. That's pretty cool. Does Nuxt Universal run client server on the same server? Yeah. Basically, your first render is server-side rendered. After that, it's like a single-page application, but it's still talking to the same backend for that. Course issues are real. This is very true. Fetch the input URL and iframe it. Easy peasy. Yeah, but certain URLs get blocked in iframes. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to take a break because I've been streaming for a little over 2 hours. Probably take like a 10-minute break. But when I come back, I want to work on my Q&A website. So basically, if patrons or YouTube members ask a question on this Q&A website, I want to show an icon next to their name, and then also in terms of the sort order, they'll appear towards the top. So that's what I'm going to work on next. Yeah, that's the plan. Geek Panther says, is headless mean curl onto the web page? What's Phantom.js use? So headless means that it doesn't really have a user interface. So like a headless CMS, typically like the de facto CMS content management system is WordPress. But a headless CMS is like similar to WordPress, but instead of having like a pre-built theme and a pre-built UI to interact with the CMS content, it only exposes an API, like a JSON API, to get the data out of the system so that you can build your own application around it. So that's usually what headless means. And typically, if you wanted to interact with something that's headless, you're making HTTP requests. Yeah. And Phantom.js is not really used anymore. What's the thing that replaced it? But Phantom.js is basically a headless browser, meaning that you can, using code, and so like headless means it doesn't have a UI. So using code, you can tell it to navigate to a web page, and without showing any user interface, it'll actually run the JavaScript behind the scenes, run the CSS behind the scenes. Though Phantom.js is not what people really use anymore. Probably Puppeteer is the thing that people use, a headless Chrome. So basically, this is the Chrome browser, but without showing any user interface. So you can write a node.js script that navigates to a web page, clicks on things, all without actually showing something. Yeah, this is probably the go-to instead of Phantom. Yeah, check out Puppeteer. And see you later, Ben. Thanks for tuning in. And Doc says you could code your own HTML parser and render from scratch using Node GUI. It would be a fun experiment, but probably nobody should use it. But it would be fun. Okay. Yeah, and so that's like an interesting distinction. So Puppeteer is headless, and it actually runs the scripts on the page. It actually potentially renders the CSS. Oh, there you are, DeepSense. Oh. That's DeepSense 6, not DeepSense. But yeah, you're there. Okay. But like I said, Puppeteer or Phantom will actually run it behind the scenes. Cheerio is basically just like a DOM parser. It's jQuery for the backend. So you would request the HTML using something else like Axios or even just like Node HTTP. And then once you have the HTML, you can pass it into Cheerio, and Cheerio then allows you to select elements. But it is also headless because you don't really have a UI when you're selecting these elements and stuff. Okay, I'm gonna take a 15-minute break, and then when I come back, we're gonna work on this Q&A website. Thanks for hanging out so far, and you can continue to play the drop game while I'm away. So that'll be fun. Yeah, parse5 is the parser, Cheerio is the selector. Okay, that's good. That's a good distinction. So parse5 parses the DOM, and then Cheerio is the like tree traversal selection logic. Nice. Look at all those drops. Have I thought about making my own JavaScript framework? Sort of. Just real quick before I go. If you look up MVC, yeah, this thing. I mean, and maybe that's why you mentioned it, but this is a meetup talk I did a while back where I basically implemented a front-end framework style thing from scratch. It's not ideal, but it's interesting to see how things work. So there's that. I haven't really thought about it mainly because I really like Vue.js, and I don't think there's any sense in reinventing the wheel in that aspect. But yeah. No leaderboard. No, we're just decorating a Christmas tree. Oh yeah, yeah. You have to uncomment that code. Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool, cool. Yeah. At one point, did you compete with Vue, React, and Ember? Yeah. So that was known as like the front end face off. It's like a meetup that we do here in Denver once a year, and everyone else used those things, and then I used vanilla. And we weren't really competing. It's more of like a comparison. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Could be a fun practice. Don't have to make it a big thing. I guess that's true. Yeah. All right. I'll be back in 15. Thanks for hanging out so far. Huge thanks to everyone that's donated. Shout out to Casual Gameplay with a $30 donation. Derek Kramer with 4 $50 donations. Insane, but thank you so much. Eric Cartman with the $4.90 donation. And Geek Panther with the $1 donation. Much, much appreciated. You all are wonderful people. And I'll see you soon. Stick around. Hello, friends. I'm back. And I have myself some lunch. I hope you don't mind. I'm gonna eat. It looks like we have lots of wonderful ornaments on the tree, which is pretty cool. See if I missed anything in the chat. Did we get a member? Oh, we got a YouTube member! Thank you so much, Cananello. You are officially the very first YouTube member. Let's see what that looked like over here. Look at that! And now that you're a YouTube member, and actually, this is something I haven't tested yet. We have custom emotes like this, the CJ emote. I'm curious what will happen in my chat manager. Yeah, we need to parse it. But now that you're a member, you can use all the custom emotes. And if we get one more member, I can add 5 more emotes. Yep, these are not working. So we need to add that to the list. The top of the tree isn't catching things? Okay, we might... I don't know if I'm going to fix that. It's 4 days till Christmas. We might leave it as is. But let's see what happens on this Twitch clip. Oh, this happened like right... Yeah. So like it slowed down just enough, and then it was no longer within the bounding box, and so now it just has no Y velocity. Though it did bounce back and land on the tree. I don't know. I don't know if I have the energy to fix it. It's like decent enough. Cool, but thank you so much, Cananello, for becoming a member. Like I said, you get custom emotes. Oh, and if you join our Discord, we have member-only channels that you'll get access to. So welcome. Insta stop if it hits the tip. Well, something just happened. I guess it wasn't like really. We need to turn them into stars. I don't know. Doc is saying so. The top of the tree never colliding is because the width of the triangle is 0. You could work around it by adding some padding, making the collision shape into a chopped off triangle. So the triangle would basically extend up a little bit. Yeah. I think what we should do, though, maybe this is, I don't know. I'm going to spend so much time working on this, and then Christmas will be over. Also, I'm going to eat some of my lunch. I got some pasta. It's pretty good. Okay, so if we hit it and the X position is very close to the center, like if we just hit it and we're like here, we should stop. I think we can do that. So if drop.getBottom so Jock is saying, I think we have if absolute value of something is less than triangle width divided by 2. This right here. Triangle width divided by 2 plus some padding, basically, is what you're saying. That could do it. And I think you're right, Majestic Eye. We should make them a little bit smaller. So let's just add that to the CSS really quick. So drop ornament emote. We should scale down a little bit. So we're going to say transform scale maybe 0.7. And the emote should have transition scale 1 second. Linear. So the emotes will get smaller when they're on the tree. Should do that. That's my drink. And then in the JavaScript, we add some padding. I think like 50 might be too much. But let's see. Well, let's see what happens with the seedling drop. Yeah, and then it scales down a little bit, though that happened like instantly. It's fine. So we want this plus some padding. I don't know, we could try plus 20. Yeah, so that's a good size. All right, and then to test this, I think we're gonna drop it in the direct center. We'll pass in an extra variable. So if testing is true, then we're just gonna set the x position, no, the x velocity and the x position direct center. So if testing this, otherwise that. So if testing x velocity is 0, so that way it's not moving in the x, and x position is just going to be window dot inner width divided by 2. So now all the alkas should just drop right in the center. They're all like right on top of each other, actually. Hey, would you look at that? That's not bad. I think they let's do like a scale it to 0.8. Perfecto. Yeah, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Cool. All right, that's probably good enough. Let's just see what happens. Keep on dropping. We'll see what happens. And thanks for the follow, Clasure. If I did not thank you before, but thank you. All right. I want to eat my lunch. What should we do while I'm eating my lunch? Let me know if you have any ideas. Play the drop game. Basghetti. Yes, so there is a question from Pranjal. If I cherry pick my last commit to master, all the changes will come to my master branch? Yeah, so if you've never heard of git cherry pick, basically it allows you to take one specific commit and apply it to the current branch. And so that's exactly what will happen. So like if you get the commit hash for the thing that you want to cherry pick, and you say cherry pick while you're on the master branch, it's going to take that one commit and apply it to master. Just happily eat lunch and answer questions. Yeah. I am having pasta. 5 cheese ziti pasta. Yeah. It missed. Like, it was so close to the edge. Okay. Doc is saying, though, my collision looks like, basically at high velocity. So on each frame, if it's increasing its position, past the potential collision, then it could be missed. It'll, like, overshoot. And I think that's what's happening in some cases. Let's just be together on the interweb. That's a great idea, Cananello. Thank you. Though I am going to change my Twitch category to just chatting, because I know they don't like it when people have the wrong category. Making me hungry. I mean, I'm actually really hungry. This is the first thing I've ate all day. There we go. We're in the just chatting category now. I didn't cook it myself. It actually came from Olive Garden. They have this thing where you can buy entrees that are refrigerated and then just microwave them yourself later. So I got it yesterday. For $5, yeah. I don't know of any CouchDB GUI managers. Haven't really used it. Yep, that's the one, Bob. I love ZD. CouchDB GUI. Yeah, there's Futon, I guess, which is web-based. Cananello says, Twitch is too much fun. Can't keep up. CouchDB Query Explorer. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this is the one built into CouchDB. Cool. What's the best way to get the feature from my feature branch to origin? I mean, if your project uses pull requests, then you might create a branch from master, cherry pick that commit onto that branch you just created, push that branch up, and then make a pull request. If you're not using pull requests, then you might just check out the. Well, first, let you for any of these scenarios need to make note of the commit hash. So if you do get log, this thing that shows up right here, that's the commit hash. And so basically, when you do get log, you're gonna want to find the hash of the one that you want to cherry pick. So copy that, and then you can do get cherry pick, or I guess whatever the syntax is, onto the branch that is in sync with origin master. And that way it'll only apply that one commit to master. Have I tried LowDB? Yeah, I think so. LowDB is like an in-memory database. Yeah, I've tried it before. It's very similar to KneeDB. And thanks for the follow, Robot Farms. Much appreciated. I'm just eating lunch right now, answering questions. I'm thinking right now, though, before I work on anything else, I think I want to get these custom YouTube emojis working. Because it's cool that I now have my own emojis on YouTube. So I think I'm actually going to get that working. I think I missed something from Doc. Oh, that's a great point, Doc. Actually, let's see Terrazoid land on the tree. It should land on the tree. Yeah, that was a good land. But I like that thinking, because basically we know what the y velocity is, so we could determine what the y velocity will be on the next tick, and if it shoots past it, then we count it as a collision basically right now instead of waiting for the y velocity to stop. I like it. So if drop.velocity.y equals 0, or drop.position.x plus drop.velocity.x, meaning the next x position is what we're calculating right here. Let's put in a variable. Next x is the current position plus its velocity. If next x is greater than well, we already know that it hit the rectangle. We want to see if it goes past the rectangle. Basically, this, but with the next x. But instead of drop.position.x, we say next x. So let's wrap that all in parentheses. So if its next position will actually be greater than the bounding box in the triangle, then count it as a land and just stop it where it is. I think that should handle it. How do we test it, though? And does this make sense, Doc? And thanks for the follow, Ice Swallow. Will you have to use a YouTube emoji parser that you like find on with Twitch emojis? I don't think so. So for this specifically, I'm just gonna create a like an object of all the possible YouTube emojis. Because it's only my specific emojis. I don't really have to worry about other channels. Yeah. Oh, what's Imphy? Oh, you're working on the drop game. Very cool. Beginner mistake. Yep. Yep. So hopefully that fixes that particular scenario, but we'll see, because we really only know if it actually decides to hit. Oh, scroll to the top right. Oh, I guess this is your your drop bot, or potentially allowing you to make the drop game work for other channel names. I like it. Very cool. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do before we get into the Q&A stuff. Is I'm gonna get the URLs of all of the custom emotes, like this one, this one, this one, and this one. Just a web version of the drop. I see. So you just point it at a channel, and now people can play that game and see the game being played if they go to that URL. That makes sense. Okay, so that's going to give us all of the URLs of the emojis. And then we have the names of them. So it should be a pretty easy replace in my backend chat manager. Resolve conflicts like a pro. It's tricky. I mean, using a GUI like Visual Studio Code helps because in VS Code, if you go here, anything that has a C on it is a conflict, and you can click on it. And then if you're using the latest version, you actually should see like a UI that says accept this change or accept that change. There's not really a better way than that, unless you want to use a specific merge strategy. Because you could say resolve all conflicts by using their code or by using my code. That said, that could run into issues, so you're probably better off just looking at them one by one. Yeah. Okay, so where were we? We're in here. We're going to go into the server, open it up in VS Code, and basically, in this file, when we get an incoming message from YouTube, which would be right here. Yeah, they don't have anything about I think I just have to manually parse these, which it shouldn't be that hard. It'll be easy enough. Oh no, that's Twitch client. We want to look at YouTube. Yeah, right here. So basically right here is where I'm doing the bad word filtering for any chats that come from YouTube. And so what I'll also do right here is add the YouTube emotes. So cool. Now, like I said, I'm just gonna hard code it. So we'll say like YouTube emotes. These are the ones that we need. And we'll probably just set them like this. So we'll say that, and then we'll specify some URL. That, and then we'll specify some URL. That, and then some URL. Cool. Should be easy enough. Now let's go grab the URLs. So we want this one. And then we want smile. Thinking. And the CJ pixel. Cool, like that. So, yeah, and I think we'll just make a custom YouTube regex. YouTube emote regex. And that's just going to be a regular expression. We want to match any one of these emotes. So I'm just going to say object.keys of YouTube emotes joined together with the OR operator, like that. We want to do this globally. And then I think what we can do is, actually, I'm going to do this in the browser so we can like test it out a few times, and then we should be good to go. But let's just do that right here. So we've got our emotes, we've got our YouTube emoji regex. And basically what we want to do is we want to take a message like that, and we're going to say replace using that YouTube emoji regex. We can get a function back for something that matched. Let's look at the replace docs on MDN. Yeah, so we can accept that. It does accept a function. How does the function work? Specifying a function as a parameter. So you get the matched substring, which should be the actual emote name. And then I think whatever you return will be what it's replaced with. So we'll say like emote, and we want to just return YouTube emotes at that emote. Yep, that does it. But not only that, we don't want to just replace it with the image. We'll do some markdown. Because my chat manager supports markdown. So I'll basically say, wherever you found that thing, replace it with its corresponding image markdown. Is that how markdown works? Brackets, then parentheses? Oh, and then I need to actually run that. Markdown image. Images. Exclamation mark, we have brackets and then parentheses. Cool. So that should do it. We'll just replace any occurrence of those emojis in the message. And we're only doing this with YouTube chats. Though technically, this is going to allow people that are not members to send those emotes, which is actually okay. But we'll basically do this right here. We have the message. Replace any occurrence of a YouTube emote with that. Yeah, easy, done. Yeah, the server restarted. Let's restart this window. Cool. It sort of worked. We've got an extra parentheses there. That's really weird. It could be that my like DOM purifying library is doing something interesting with it. That looks okay. I don't know. So now, if I send this emote, well, that shows up. What about that one? That shows up. Author details.is chat sponsor. Okay, cool. I like that. And I'm only doing it on incoming YouTube messages. I mean, technically, I could do it on Twitch messages too. Why not just do it on any message? Yeah, why not? Yeah, and then did Terrazoid just send a... Cool. Yeah, and I think I will do this author details.is chat sponsor. Because otherwise it's not as exclusive. there's less incentive to become a member if I let everybody use the emotes. So let's see. We do have the author details. That's great. So we'll say author details dot is chat sponsor. We'll do this. Let's clean the message. Once. Then we'll say, oh yeah, clean message. Dot replace. Cool. Let's see if that works. The message ordering is way off. Yeah, so apparently I'm not a chat sponsor. I'm curious. So I don't know, Cananello, are you still watching? Cananello? If you're still watching Cananello, you're my only member. So can you try sending an emote? Because apparently I'm not a chat sponsor. Is chat owner or is chat sponsor? Yeah, that's a good call. Is that a property? Works. Prajal is asking how much is the space of my MacBook Pro? SSD. Oh, I think it's only 256 gigabytes. Just a second. I can check. Yep. And I don't have much space left. 250 gigs. Cool. So that seems to work for individual emotes. I'm curious what will happen with more than one. That's when we get this weird behavior, but I think that's because of how my DOM purify library is like parsing this thing. What if I do spaces between them? That works. Cool. One of the ornaments fell off the tree. That's funny. We have a nice little tree going though. Cool. He's chat moderator. Maybe. No, I think that makes sense. If the tree could shake occasionally and then the ornaments fall off, that'd be cool. Wait, am I using that anywhere? Oh, I'm passing that in. Yeah. Okay. His user majestic eye. Cool. That should also do it. Weird things are happening. Oh yeah, and then do the drops happen all over again? I don't know. You can. Yeah, you can definitely become a member. But Imphy, wait. Are you the one that said that? Yeah. Try sending a YouTube chat with the emotes in it. I would suggest Pranjal, if you can afford it, go with 512 because like I'm constantly running out of space. That said, I do like video editing and stuff like that, so I need a lot of gigs for the video. But I would prefer 512. Moderators are not worthy of paid emotes. 8 TB. Yeah, I don't know. And hello, Candy Cane. All right, that should do it. As long as they reach into their pockets, they should be able to. Cananello, you're still here though. Try this, Cananello. And hopefully I'm saying your name right. But try sending an emote. So if you click the emotes, because you're a member, you should get access to one like that. And it should show up. And I want to make sure that it shows up in my chat UI too, because we're using like is chat sponsor. Oh, you said CTG. I see. Nice. Hey, it works. It works for Cananello. That's good. No worries. Bought a burger from O'Charlie's. I've never heard of O'Charlie's. For a coding and development perspective, is 256 enough? Probably. I mean, like I said, I have 40 gigs right now, which is really more than enough. But when I start to try and edit video, I have to like move things around or delete things. But yeah. It's a lot of lines of JavaScript code. Yeah. Hello, Ma. Welcome. Hmm? um, I think our logic about the next X, like overshooting it, is working. Because, like, that one stopped pretty well. Pretty good. Okay, lunch is done. I see. And he was mentioning that their drop game is just single player. Is there like a button to click drop? The pasta was cold, but it was still delicious. How many megabytes of pure code do you think one person can write in their lifetime? I have no idea. Are there any Patreon patrons watching right now? If you are, please raise your hand. Because I do want to test the patron integration here. So, because I did add Patreon login, and basically I want to detect if you are a patron. You're sweet in Cheyenne. Awesome. Could you go to my Q&A website and try to log in with Patreon? First, just let me know if it works. And then if it does work, submit a question. Like, just say testing. Yeah, Bob, you're a patron for sure. So on the Q&A site, just click login with Patreon and tell me if it works. It was hard to test because I did create an account, like I created a new account and then became a patron of myself just so I could test some things. And that seemed to work. I think the main thing I really just need to do is I'll adjust the sorting order and also show a special symbol next to your name. And then the other thing is I should be able to list all the members of my YouTube account. And if you log in with YouTube, I'll cross-reference that with members and then also show something custom next to your name. Hello, Katoli. Oh, there he is. Though it looks like the Patreon image doesn't seem to load. Oh, you know what? I might actually just be blocking it. Yeah, that's probably it. Nice. That works. Cool. I became a patron myself. Cool. So that works. And if we actually look at the user information that comes across, I am storing your patron information. So look at this. The find for users gets a response. That's me. Yeah, and I mean, there's nothing special or unique in this data. Like I'm not. It'll literally just have your first name and then have your ID, like your email or anything like that won't be exposed. But it worked. Awesome. So my attempts to make it work before worked as well. Wow, there are a lot of people that have logged into this thing. Okay, that's gonna be hard to find. Oh, here we go. So Patreon, and then you have a pledge property that says currently entitled amount since, and patron status active patron. Cool. So basically what I'll do is in the question sort order, if it's active patron, you go to the top, and then once I get that working, we'll try to get the YouTube. We'll try to get the YouTube integration working as well. Hello, Katole. So we worked on this wonderful Christmas tree, which, by the way, is looking great. Look at all these emotes and emojis and ornaments. Looks great. But we got the better collision detection working this morning. And now we're going to work on the Q&A site to make it so that patrons and members patrons and members get pushed up to the top. Cool. All right. And the interesting thing is, if you now that I have your patron information, if you log in with any of the other services, like Twitch or Discord or Google, and it uses the same email as Patreon, I still have your patron information, which is pretty cool. But basically, these other accounts have to use the same email that your Patreon account uses as well. 30 minutes till midnight. Yeah, the Q&A site uses WebSockets for sure. So if anyone, well, actually, I'll leave the page right here, but if somebody upvotes any one of the questions, it will jump to the top and we'll see that it now has 2 hearts instead of 1. And that's because of WebSockets. So it's listening for messages from the server. You can log in with multiple providers. Well, now these are just in the same order, but you did see their number jump. But if somebody votes for this one, then it will jump ahead of Pranjal. So yeah, you absolutely can log in with multiple providers. However, if any of them use the same email, then it's going to link them together, so they don't count as separate accounts. One thing I need to add eventually is the ability to link accounts. So once you're already logged in, you might want to say something like link my Discord account, which actually uses a different email, but I still want Discord to be associated with your login here. That comes later. Yeah, so look at it. So this is using WebSockets so that when votes come in, when new questions come in, and then also if I like star a question on your screen, you should have seen that happen as well. Basically, when I highlight a message, it sets the highlighted message property, it emits a socket event, and then everyone else that's on the page gets to see that as well. Yeah. Okay, let's work on it. I'm gonna close VS Code there. And we're gonna go into my Patreon pledges. No, is that it? No, that's not it. It's Q&A. Wait. Okay. It's like there could be API keys and such. Give me a second. Let me just make sure that nothing is just being displayed. That's a great suggestion, Majestic Eye. I'll mention it in a second. At the same time, though, I would want to get consent from the user that basically says, yes, I would like to receive emails from Coding Garden, because otherwise I could be spamming people without them really wanting it. Okay. And really, this is just going to be client-side code, I believe. And it's actually very messy right now. Yeah. Okay. Here's my screen again. The other thing is we can see all the people that voted for it, and if new people vote for it, their names will pop up here too. Hello, Ets. Welcome. But yeah, Majestic, I mentioned, since you have the user's email, you should implement Node Mailer and send them an email letting them know you have answered their question. That would actually be pretty sweet, because it's like some of these questions were asked several days ago, and so if I answer them now, they may not actually be watching. But yeah. Why don't we see any requests in the request tabs when upvoting? And that's because it's using WebSockets. So if you open up the DevTools here and you click on Network, this will only show, or for the most part, will only show new XHR and fetch requests. So if I'm doing like a fetch for messages or a fetch for votes, but because whenever you vote for something or whenever you submit a question, I'm not actually making a post request to the server. I'm just sending a socket message. So if you want to see what's happening behind the scenes, you have to actually first filter by WebSockets and then refresh the page. Because with WebSockets, there's only one initial request. So you're going to see the one initial request to connect to the WebSocket server. And then everything else after that is going to be here in messages. So anytime a vote happens, anytime a question gets asked, you're going to see that message through here. But that's why you don't see it in the requests, because they're all WebSocket events. And I am using Feathers.js, so it under the hood is using Socket.io. It's hiding most of those implementation details, but for the most part, yeah, that's why you don't see them. This is so true, Doc. Like, I could do amazing things. The other thing is, this would be extremely useful for other creators as well, other streamers that answer users' questions and stuff like that. They could absolutely use a website like this. We got to get it working first, though. So one thing that I want to do is, I think, is this the list of users? Yeah, it's the list of users. And we should see these more recent ones are, oh, no, that's Ben. That's Shaggy on Twitch. And here we go. Here's Derek. So we can see that it has a pledge property. So for the front end, I'm actually just going to say if the user has a pledge property, then they're going to go to the top. So I think I think I have a computed property for sorted questions. So the front end is Vue.js. That's what we're working in right now. Let's see. Yeah, questions by number of votes. So first we filter any question that's not archived or highlighted, and then we just are sorting it based on the vote differential. But what we can do is before we check the vote difference, check to see if they are um, a patron. And if they are, then we return 1, which means negative 1, which means they come before them in the sort order. So let's just do that right here. I'm curious though. So this dot questions. Question.user is an actual thing. Twitch attaching. That's good. Yeah. Okay, so when we're sorting, we can say if a.user.pledge and not b.user.pledge. So if person A is a patron and person B is not a patron, then we should return -1 because it becomes before it in the sort order, like that. And this is going to be really hard to test locally. I might actually just have to deploy it and see if it works. Though, let me double check that. So if we look at the sort method on MDN, I think -1 means it comes before it in the sort order. Comparison function. A is less than B by some ordering criterion. A is greater than B. And we're sorting from... no, we're sorting from greatest number of votes to least number of votes. Sort A at an index lower than B. A comes first. Okay. So if we do this, A will come first. Yeah. I think that's what I'm doing. So if A has a pledge and B doesn't have a pledge, return -1. Otherwise, if B has a pledge and A doesn't have a pledge, then we're going to return 1, which means A comes after it. And if they both have a pledge, then we sort by number of votes. I think that's it. This could potentially break, though. I can test this locally. Let's do that. So that's running on 3030. I'm going to hide my screen because I could have some like really weird questions in there that I was testing with. What if 2 patrons have the same number of votes? Then whichever was submitted first. And I think I already have, yeah, because I'm already looking at the date comparison function. Cool. Just a second. I'll show my screen again soon. Oh. Your Grubhub driver got lost? That's not good. Okay. Here I'm showing my screen again. So, who was it? Heretic just mentioned. Sort life.begin, life.end. Just some C++ code. There you go. Yeah, so if 2 patrons have the same number of votes, we can see that happening here. So first, if the difference between the number of votes is not the same, then we're just returning the differential between the vote. But if they had the same number of votes, then we return the user whose question was asked first. So that's how that works. And basically, this upfront check is going to put all of the patrons at the top and then everyone else at the bottom. I realize that doesn't sound that appealing, but that's the case anyways. And then once it starts comparing patrons to each other, it'll first compare on votes and then compare on submitted date. Yeah, so my tools are getting better. I really think this will work. The one thing I wanted to check is, like, does it break when the existing questions? And I don't think it does. Yeah, let's just ship it. I could actually break the website, but I think it should be fine. Let's build it and then send it. Easy enough, right? Oh, I think one other thing I will do is show something nice next to the user's name if they are a patron or a member. We'll do the member stuff next, because again, that's going to be hard to test. Now, we are showing this if they logged in with Patron, but that doesn't tell us if they're a pledger. So I need to show if they are if they have an active pledge. Oh, and I guess that's the other thing. It's more than just do they have a pledge. Is it if they have a pledge and pledge.patron status is active patron. Now that I think about it, I could actually then sort by how much they're donating. So people that donate more per month will appear higher in the list. Yeah, this is getting super exclusive. I don't actually know how I feel about that, but let's do this. So if user A has a pledge, let me just create a utility function for this. That's our democracy. but ultimately it becomes, it's like pay to play. So like if you pay more, you get more attention. Which is not necessarily a bad thing because I don't have advertisements on my channel. I don't have any sponsors, so I'm sponsored by the people. At the same time, I'm always going to try to answer all the questions that are on there. Okay, let's just make a function that says is active patron. So I'll take in a user, and then we want to return user.pledge and user.pledge.patron status is equal to active patron. Yeah. Basically like Discord Nitro. My questions won't be answered. Like I said, I'm still going to answer all the questions. Okay, so if there's a pledge property on the user and its patron status is active patron. So then we can just use that here. So if a.user is an active patron, and B is not an active patron, this dot get pledge amount. And if the pledge amount is 0, then it's the same. Actually, I like that. The only thing is, I believe the YouTube API doesn't actually tell me their member tier, which is silly. But I'm pretty sure that's the case. But I like what you're saying there. So let's do this. Let's get pledge amount for the user. So we'll say if this stuff. Yeah, I'll return like with YouTube. I'll default it to I don't know $5. Anyone else $0. So we're gonna return user.pledge. Currently entitled amount since. Though I also have this lifetime support since, which is how much that user has pledged over the entire lifetime. Shout out to Derek, who's been my pledge for a very long time and has contributed $90. So I could use that. I don't know. Good morning, Alka. Welcome to the show. Look at our wonderful Christmas tree. And you can't see you, but you're always at the top of the tree. Well, here you go. You're gonna land right on the tree. No, you're a Christmas present. Alka just woke up. Ask him. It's not morning for me, but I know that Alka probably just woke up. So if user has a pledge and user's pledge patron status is active patron, return that. Currently entitled amount. Else return 0. Yeah, so that way if they have the same pledge amount, then it's going, yeah, this is great. I like this. And then once we get the YouTube data, we can start to incorporate that as well. So. So if the pledge amount for the user A is greater than user B, return -1. Otherwise, the opposite. Oh, no. This breaks it. Actually, we'll do this. So if the pledge amounts aren't equal, then we'll do the comparison. So here's what I'm thinking though. Yeah. So let's just put it back to the put it back to the way it was. Return 1. Let's say 2 users have a pledge amount of 0. Yeah, then it's going to be equal. Okay, that's what I was thinking. So, but if 2 users have a pledge amount of 5, then it's equal and it goes by number of votes. If 1 user has a pledge amount of 0 and another of 5, then this will come into account. Okay, that should work, right? Should work. And thanks for the follow, Nick Zasa. Welcome. Cool. And then the other thing we'll do is in the list of users. And I think that's in our question component. Yeah, because so we have a component that actually renders the question. So a lot of stuff going on here. Okay, so this is where the user's picture is. Then we have their provider icon, which is this. Then we have their name, and I think I'm just going to put a star next to their name if they're a patron. Right here. So, a great use case for TDD. It'd be way too hard. There's so much data that I have to mock. It's definitely doable, and I probably should have done it, but I don't know. We're just getting it working for now. Following? Is that an Alcabot command? Okay, so let's just have like a little div right here. Well, not a div. I'm using Bulma. What does my provider icon class do? But really, I only want to show this. Vif question dot user dot pledge and question dot user dot pledge dot patron dot status equals active patron. Let me look at my provider icon class to see how I'm solving that. Oh, not that. Provider icon? I guess it's in, is it in the component? Margin right, 0.5 rem. Oh, well, let's just do this. Let's just say patron icon. And that we want to give it a margin left because there's a name to the left of it. So we did that here. So if the user has a pledge and the patron status is active, then we're going to show an icon, which is just going to be like a star. Yeah. I mean, my Twitch account is only like 3 months old. Wait, what? I guess not. I've only been streaming on Twitch for like 3 or 4 months. Was it 77 days ago? Yeah. But I've had this Twitch account for a while, which is somehow how Shaggy followed me a long time ago. Yeah. This was before, I guess, Coding Garden. Like I had tried I tried streaming on Twitch a long time ago before I started streaming on YouTube. Sasha is asking, for the start icon, why not checking amount greater than 0? I could. But this is slightly separate from the other component, because the other component has that method, which is like get pledge amount. And in this case, I don't have access to that function. I could pass that function down, but I think it's okay to just do this. Okay, I need to look up Bulma. Well, first it's Bufi, which is what I'm using, which is the Bulma for view. And then they have an icon component. And I need to figure out what icons I have available to me. Icon. The pack is font awesome, and it defaults to material design icons. Okay, let's go to material design icons. I'm pretty sure they probably have just like a star icon. Like this one. That's literally called star. What should I show next to a... Maybe, I mean, I guess I could show, like, sparkles. Did I see sparkles? Like that one? Twinkle. No, that's not it. I see. So my account was created 322 days ago. Not really video games. Actually, I'll show you. Here's some interesting tidbits. And you can also see me with very short hair. You go to my Twitch channel, click on clips, and then go to, I guess, all clips. You gotta go way back. So this is when I did try playing games, but I streamed even before that. Wait, how do I order by, like, date? Yeah, this is ordered by views. I guess we'll just keep going. There's probably a better way to do this. I'm pretty sure. I guess. Well, you know what? It might have more than one view. That's probably why, because these are now ordered by views. But there was a stream I did a long time ago, before I actually even started streaming on YouTube, where I was building or attempting to build like a Chrome extension. I don't see it. We'll find it. Oh, maybe it wasn't Coding Garden. You're right. It might actually be my W3CJ account. Let's look at that. I somehow have 10 followers. Well, yeah, this was it. Coding Alive is what I used to call it. This was from 3 years ago. That's me. Look at me. But I was like building a webcam preview app with Electron. I don't know. Yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Rating. Nope. Sparkles and make their name have a glow. You looked almost the same there. I mean, my beard was way shorter, and I didn't have this glob of hair on top of my head. I like sparkles, but I don't see an icon for it. We could literally just show a sparkle emoji. Let's like make this a span. Like that. All right, let's see what it looks like. We can't see what it looks like. I could mock the users. Let's just always show it for now. Oh, did I kill it? I did. Oh, Kimalish is saying, I forgot to blink. I might have. Thanks for the reminder. That's what it will look like. Sparkles. I'm okay with that. Looks good to me. The Christmas tree is about to fall down. Alright, so if they're a patron, we show that. The sort order now takes into account their pledge amount. And if they're not a patron, their pledge amount is 0. Can you just put a true or in front of it? Because I'm checking to see, what do you mean? What do you mean, Elka? Like pledge or status? True or question? What? I don't know what you're saying, but it should be good. Let's build it. Let's ship it. If it breaks, well, then we'll fix it. Oh, to force it to... Oh, yeah. You're right. I absolutely could have done that. That's pretty fun. Yeah, Imphy's working on a standalone drop game. Dist, I think, is what got built. Yeah. We're going to remove the map files. I don't like to deploy with... Oh, you can't see my terminal anyways. That's fine. This is the built folder because we just built it. I'm going to deploy it with now and immediately alias it. So here we go. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think that Vue would support this operator because I think they have their own parsing of the actual expression. I don't know if they actually like run it through JavaScript. Okay, so it's deployed. Is the site broken? You tell me. Refresh the page now. It's not broken. I think it worked. And now we can see that all of the patrons are actually at the top. And if I vote this one up, it should jump, and it doesn't. Why not? That's unfortunate. Do we see any errors in the console? No. Should I care? But I think this might have been what I was worried about. So, oh, no. This is actually working, but Derek has a higher support tier. Yeah, that's why, Doc. Yeah, that's why. That's cool. Maybe I should show the support amount. Just so I know. Yeah, because Derek supports with 5. I think Cheyenne supports with 1. And so because Derek supports with a little bit more, his is to the top. Cool. Yeah, it's pretty great. Nice. Yeah, so does anyone see oh, I think the other thing is if I highlight 2 at a time, this doesn't do the sorting, but though that's totally fine. That's fine. Oh, the tear emoji. You're right. Oh, but the thing is, I don't know if I don't think I have that information. Like I could show an avocado or a droplet. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's see. Q&A is pay to win. No, you just get a priority and preference. And I will balance it. Like if one person that is a patron asks like 5 questions, I'm not going to just answer all 5 of their questions. I'm going to jump around. And here comes Alka, going to land on the Christmas tree. Boom, right at the top. Very good. Let's look at this. Thanks for the follow, Vignesh Warwar. Welcome. Oh, here's another interesting thing. Alka, does your Patreon account use the same email as your Twitch account? And if it does, could you please try logging in with Patreon? Because what will happen is it should automatically link those 2 together, and then this will get the patron icon. You're not wrong, Imphy. Yeah. Nickels and dimes speak louder. That one. There we go. Yeah, so the tricky thing is we only have the entitlement amount. Yeah, no worries and no rush, Alka, but that would be pretty cool to see, because actually what will happen is because you've already asked a question under the Twitch account, it should link your patron account and then show you as a patron, and then this question will get bumped up. And then the other interesting thing is if you log in with Twitch again, it will show the Twitch icon, but you'll still be marked as a patron because I have that information. Ideally, that's how it should work. Okay, so what we could do, we could just have some client-side logic that looks at the support amount. But the tricky thing is on Patreon, technically you can become a droplet but donate $10 a month. So I probably should be storing like the reward ID. I think for now I'm just gonna have some basic like if else's based on the donation amount. I think that's what I'll do. Okay, so here in the JavaScript, well, actually, we'll just create a function. Get pledge badge with the user. And really, actually, so this needs to go under methods, like that. And then also we can just add another simple method like is patron. So is patron, we need to return user.pledge. And user.pledge.active status. You can just grab that from up here. Patron status. You should refactor the code and start. You're right. The thing is, I actually want to refactor this in a very particular way. I mean, this technically could just be refactored in terms of the components. But I also want to make a custom Feathers.js library for Vue.js that works with the composition API. So I kind of want to do that here as well. Because if you look at Q&A, it's this one is very messy because it's basically just like listening for socket events and then like combining the data together when certain socket events happen. But yeah. Okay, so for pledge badge, we can say if, and really we'll just, I guess, let's store the amount. I really need to just copy that. My food was warm, but it tasted magnificent. That's good, Bob. Good to hear. I'll probably stream for another hour or so. I just want to get this working, and then I'll attempt to try the member integration stuff. But we only have one member, so it could be tricky to test. But, well, yeah, I'll probably be streaming for like an hour. Current entitled amount since. Cool. So we have the amount. So if amount is less than $5, then we're going to return the droplet. That one. And then from there, amount is less than... Oh, sorry. If it's less than 255. And then 255 is the wallflower. And then less than that is the fertilizer. Oh, sweet, Imphy. Do you want to share your drop game link, or did you deploy it? Oh, you're right. Yeah, yes, because this is in Sense. Thank you. Less than 5. Less than, I think, 25? I'll need to go look at the patron page. Yeah. $255, 5, 25, and then 100. Tractor. Yeah, and I guess it it got rid of the else ifs because these are basically just returns. And really this could be switch statement, but this is fine. And like I said, this is tricky because technically there could be someone that gives $10 or like gives $5 but only signed up as a 255. It's nice. So Alka, who originally had signed in with Twitch, was closer to the bottom, but now that they signed in with Patreon, it shows up and their question got moved up. Wonderful. Oh cool, but let's check out let's check out Infi's drop game. Yeah, I'm gonna use the alias. Cool. Username CJ, command drop. Yeah. Nice. I like it. So you can basically go to this webpage and then you can attach it to Twitch chat. Oh, I didn't mean to hide it. Like if I attach it to Coding Garden, now when drops happen on Coding Garden's channel, we should see them. There they are. Nice. Shouldn't Pranjal be below Alka? Let's see. What went wrong there? Yeah, that's very curious. I don't know why that happened. Did something break? Oh, well, he got upvoted anyways. Huh. Why did that happen? It could be because I had the page open when the change happened. There's some extra logic in here about like when a user gets updated. Yeah, so when a user gets updated, we update their information. So it basically updated them to be updated him to be a patron. No, I haven't added the YouTube sponsor logic yet. So it updated them to be a patron, but it may not have updated the question. No, the questions would get updated too. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I can always just refresh the page. Cool. Oh yeah, so now we can use get pledge badge. Right here. Do you have access to user? No, question.user. Like that. And we need to interpolate that. Like so. Yeah. It's like a drop game within a drop game. Yeah, who's running the ceiling drop accounts? That's a good question. Okay. Where am I? Where are we? What are we doing right now? Oh yeah. This is the wrong thing. Is it 3002? No, it's 8081. Though it's not running anymore, regardless. All right. We're just going to build it and ship it. Yeah. Send it. And you know what? So one thing that I did was so in the generated code. So if I go into the dist folder, in here, if you go into the JS folder, when you build a Vue application or any application that gets built with Webpack, it creates these map files, and the map files will actually show you the full source code in the developer tools. And usually I remove them, but now I'm going to leave them, and that'll actually let us debug in production. Basically, don't do what I'm doing. Like, if you're building a real application that real people use, which I guess technically this Q&A site is, I don't know. You should have better ways of testing, but I don't know. let's send it. Full send. There we go. All right, did it work or did we break it? Not there. This one. We didn't break it. Well, yeah, I know you're real people too, but it worked. So Derek is a fertilizer, Alka is a wallflower, Cheyenne is a droplet, Bob's Paradox is a droplet. So that worked. Pretty cool. Anonymous Rose somehow was able to ask an empty question. I'm curious if you use like the what do you call it? The empty character Unicode thingy, because I am checking for that. So if we look at questions, I think it's probably the last question asked. So it's probably, oh. TDD is something you only do when your boss is looking. I don't know. TDD is fine. I guess it's because the text automatically adds that to it. Though it shouldn't have let you. That's probably like the only bug in this thing if you're like going around. Oh yeah, and thank you, Simple, for doing this. So if you log in with Patron and you don't have a pledge, we shouldn't see anything next to your name, but we do see that you logged in with Patron, which is good. And this kind of happened in my own testing, but basically, if you were a patron and then you remove your patronage and re-log in, it will remove it from here as well. So that's a good thing. Alka's reached a new tier of cheating on the drop game. He's now hard-coded to it. Yeah. So I added that. Basically, when the game starts, Alka drops directly in the center and lands on the top of the tree. Cool. All right, so this is great. We're showing patrons, and we're showing their tier, and they get up at the top of the list, so that's great. The next thing is we potentially want to do this with YouTube membership data as well. It's not going to be as easy because we don't get that information whenever they log in with YouTube. But one thing we can potentially do is on the back end of this application, make the request to YouTube to get the list of members and then cross-reference that list of members with the current YouTube people that are logged in. I guess Shaggy was also able to add an empty question. And Benjamin? What? I feel like you should, like, so if you do this, oh, I see. Okay. You all should not do that. Yeah, you're right. Let's just fix that really quick. I mean, it really is just a client-side fix. I need to fix it on the server side as well. But if we look at the Q&A, there is a function that will ask the question. Wait. Oh, is that an empty character? Yeah, well. Yeah. We need to trim it first. If this... Wait, this is... I don't even know what I'm doing right here, so... If name is defined... Oh, I see. Because anonymous users had to specify a name. Otherwise, we just show the question itself. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Just like a basic check right here. If this.question.trim is a thing, well, it's not a thing, then return. So if it's empty after removing any white space, don't ask the question. Cool. And technically, I should add some code to my backend as well. Let me do that really quick. Let me just make sure there's nothing bad here. Look at the question service. Cool. So, always with data validation like that, you don't just want to do it on the front end. You want to do it on the back end as well, because users could basically go around that form that I created. So this is my backend service. I have a nice little helper function that just creates a Mongoose service, so it's talking to a Mongo database. And right now I have text as required, but I need to also potentially not allow empties. What was Tessel saying about a backup? When you're in a hospital and the guy management chooses to take over your responsibilities and he wipes the production database. Yep, that's basically what we're doing right now. We are doing something you should never do. Yes, I should. But will I? I don't know. And basically, we're using the built-in validation of Mongoose. So I'm curious if Mongoose can trim a string. For models or schemas. Yeah, it's not going to work if you do something like that, unless the JavaScript trim function takes that into account. Actually, I could do it in a before create. So this is setting the user ID. Can add another hook. So before creating a message, we're going to have a nice little hook right here that checks the text property. So right here, we'll just say if context.data.text.trim is not a thing, throw a new error. Question text is required. Otherwise, we return the context. So this is basically Feathers.js hooks in action. This hook will run before a question is actually created, and if it detects that the data of the request, its text property is empty, then it's going to throw the error and it won't let it be created. I hope he's not messed up with the auto backups. I've been in the hospital for a month. This regular expression will detect non-ASCII characters. Should we replace them? Can you link me to like a resource? Replace non-visible characters. Non-printable Unicode characters? Honestly, I'm not that worried about it. Like someone can submit a question with like a bunch of empty characters. That's fine with me. I just don't want them to be able to like press the space bar a bunch. And I think this should do it. Hello, Coding. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Mav. Welcome. Look at the package JSON. Do we have it? Yeah, we do have a deploy script. All of those are our secrets. They should be predefined and ready to go, so that should be fine. And again, I don't know what my my deal is today, but I kind of just feel like pushing this code to production without actually testing it. What do you think? Should we just push it? I'm actually just gonna look really quick at my books. Yeah, context.data. Push it. All right, we could break the whole site. The thing is, our Mongo database is on a totally separate server. So, if things break, we still have all the data. The site might just be broken for a second. Ship it. You all are great. Yeah, the category is just chatting, mainly because I do a lot of chatting. I don't know. Pop it. Push it. Hit it. So let's just confirm. We read, okay. If context.data, so context.data in Feathers is the data that's like the body of the request. So if it's text property here, when we trim it is not defined, we throw an error. Cool. Where am I hosting the database? I think it might be on MLab. I don't know. This site, it's not that critical, though it kind of is. I don't know. Wait, do I not? Oh, yeah. npm run deploy. I'm gonna hide my screen while that happens. It didn't show anything, because I am using environment variables for everything. You just saw all of the possible environment variables. Let's see, Ben. Ah. Okay. I technically should have done that on the back end, too. Tesla says, yay, testing branch. Well, the testing branch is production. Push it if you're a real dev. All right, I'll show this. Let's actually answer some questions while that's deploying. Anton says, I recently deleted my form submit buttons and started on-the-fly auto-saving with Vue and Feathers. Very interesting. Can you suggest any modules / code samples for easier form generation? Debouncing inputs, showing, saving, saved. I don't know of any, but you can definitely build some of your own, especially depending on like potentially what component library you might be using. Yeah, and I've actually built my own, and not for Vue, but like in React. So in React, we were using the Formic library. I'm probably going to switch to React hook form or whatever that new thing is that uses hooks. But with Formic, they actually have a lot of nice built-in components for generating your forms and when basically managing the state of your forms. But beyond that, I actually wrote like a component wrapper which would automatically add validation to my fields, automatically show error messages, all that stuff. I kind of just wrote that myself. I don't know of anything out there existing that does that kind of stuff. This message was from Alka a few days ago. On this Node.js security release, it says a general rule: avoid running npm in production environments. But what do you do then? Yeah, I think I mentioned it a few days ago, but basically, instead of installing Node and npm on a production server, you can like zip up your dependencies, like you basically zip up your Node modules folder, and just send it to wherever you're deploying to. But this is interesting to see. It's pretty true, Ben. If you're a like I don't say like a mid-level React developer, you could probably be a Vue expert in minutes. Made a bot in a few minutes, but struggling with Heroku. What do you need Postgres for in your bot? Interesting. Yeah. Summary. Impact. So in the meantime, users should update to npm 6.13.4. As a general rule, avoid running npm in production environments. Yeah, so my initial thought is you would use something like a Docker container, maybe, or you zip up your dependencies and just ship those to your production environment. Let's see what the web has to say about this, though. That actually gets tricky with deployment, though. I mean, like, probably what you would need to do is you need to have like a staging server, which is like an exact mirror of your production environment. And that way, if you deploy there and everything looks good, when you zip up the dependencies on that environment, they should work in your production environment because it's a mirrored system. It's running the same operating system, all that good stuff. But yeah. It's true. I mean, that's technically what npm is doing. Like, JavaScript files are not signed from npm. They're just JavaScript files. So yeah. Hmm. This is because of floating point math. Yeah, I'm not triggered. Yep, I don't know. That's really just my suggestion, and that's kind of the only way around it. In a non-production environment that is a mirror of your production environment, you use npm, zip up the node modules, and then ship that to your production environment. Test Patreon. Thank you, Cheyenne, for testing. Pranjal asked a few days ago, what if we dispatch too many Redux actions parallelly? Will it impact my application's performance? Potentially. I mean, that's more CPU cycles. It's more that's happening in the browser. It's pretty interesting to think about, though, because the way Redux works is all of your reducers essentially will get called, and only the ones that match the given action that was fired will actually do something. And it potentially, if you've set it up with like switch statements, you might actually run through all of your reducers to the default case until something actually happens. So that's just like the nature of Redux. I'm sure there are ways around it. Like you could basically optimize your reducers to not even check or go through your switch statements if a particular thing isn't even a relevant action. But yeah, it's something to think about. If you're firing these things off like crazy, then yeah, you're going to potentially slow things down. How do mirror sites work? I saw something about a YouTuber tech lead redirecting users from another site to his. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, but basically, they just bought a domain that was similar to a very popular domain. So that would be like me going to namecheap.com and buying the domain tweech.com. I don't know if it's available. Is it? It's not available. But if for some reason this domain was available, I would just buy it. And then people that accidentally type in Tweech instead of Twitch would go to my site, and then I could redirect them anywhere I want. So I think that's really all that happened there is there was a very similar domain that they just bought and then redirected it to a competitor. Hello, Brendan. Welcome. Is my Twitch chat broken? No. Cool. You never know. All right, let's see. Is my deployment ready? Hello, Elka. Looks like it. Do I have a now config? Oh, I don't. All right. This could break it. Let's see if it does. Cool. All right. Refresh the Q&A website. Is it broken? Doesn't seem broken, but you should now not be able to submit empty responses. So Yeah, it's gonna show an error, but we do see the response from the back end. Question text is required. So yeah, I could fix that. I could make this not happen, but it's your own fault for attempting to submit an empty question. So technically that works. This was from 33440. Oh, okay. But Cheyenne sent. I'm pretty sure you sent the empty character codes, right? Pretty sure. To any folk newbies here, full stack means back end, front end, Figma, Docker, Vagrant, DevOps, marketing, and SEO. I like how we can't see because of the snow. Oh, down here? Yeah, that was a good thing. Brendan says, when I found out Redux reducers and JavaScript reducers were the same thing, mind blown. The thing is, like, Redux has a very small API. Like, their API basically says, pass me a reducer function. I will invoke that reducer function and either pass in no state or the current state and the action that just happened. And then your function should return what the next state should be based on that action. That's all the Redux API says. So you literally just write a function that takes in state and an action and does something based off of that. Yeah. Just for the thanks, Cheyenne. So yeah, this is still an issue, but it's because they used a zero width space character or whatever. Yeah. The Christmas tree is definitely falling down. It's interesting that a lot of them are all landing towards the top right here. It's pretty funny. Though it looks pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay. Should we do member integration stuff? I think I'm just gonna go. Got some housework to do. Probably eat more food because I'm still hungry. But shout out to Cananello, who is a YouTube member. Oh, you know what? Wait. I should have the tree auto rearrange the ornaments. That would actually be pretty sweet. If like every, I don't know, 10 minutes, they just like distribute across the tree. I need to display usernames in a special way if the user is a member on YouTube. I'm gonna do that. Let me do that. That should be easy enough, honestly, though. Yeah, no, that would be awesome too. Like you summon a cat, and he like comes across and just like, like jumps on the tree, and all the ornaments fall off. That would be sweet. Let's see. I need to handle this. No, well, basically on the server side, I'm going to add a property to any outgoing message that says if they are a YouTube member. So I'll do that here. Oh, we already have the author details. Well, that's great. So I don't have to modify the backend. Is chat sponsor. What color should we make the usernames of the users that are YouTube members? That's my question for you. Okay. Want to look here? Hot neon pink. That's a great suggestion, Doc. I think we have message.author details already. And in the HTML, key this footage. Let's see. Need to copy it. Oh, like the cat jumping onto it? Yeah. We could probably just find that somewhere. But yeah, so like and then we just the ornaments will just fall to the ground when they do that. Though it would be fun if they just like kind of went all over the place. I don't know. Okay. Let's get this working though. So in the UI here, we are iterating over the messages right here. V4 message and message. So I think I can do message.author details. I think. Let's actually just look at the dev tools. I thought I was going to get riprolled too, but then it didn't happen. Thank you, Alka, for not rickrolling me. Let's see. So we look at each individual message. Oh, we have author. Is chat sponsor. Cool. We'll do that. We're going to add the member class. And then, wait, when are we adding the star? Oh, are we saying like author.star is hidden? Let's look at our styles. Do I not have separate styles? Okay, I just put them all on the same thing. But yeah, so by default, star is not being displayed. I'm gonna say member.name. I think we'll show the same green color as moderators. Why not? What should we show next to the user's name if they are a member? I guess we'll show the this thing, the member badge. Yeah, and I think I'll make it a darker green. So if I do member name, we'll make it darker. But we'll also say member star. No, not member star. We're gonna do this down here. So if span be if they are a sponsor, we're gonna show an image with that inside of it. A darker green like the actual YouTube chat color. Yeah, let's do it. Member name. It's a little bit darker. Cool. And then we should show the image there, but really we're only going to show the that thingy if they are a member or are a chat sponsor. Cool. That should be good. Yeah, we're sorting by published at. Oh, this is wrong. This needs to be that. The opposite. Pretty sure. There we go. Didn't work though. Can you send another message, Cananello? I mean, it should just work because of the way we're repeating over them. Let's see. No, in the HTML. Oh, I see. Because authors are cached. Meaning, because you sent a message earlier and then you became a member, that's not going to be there in the authors. Yeah, it's cached. I'm pretty sure. Though let me do this. Let me log incoming messages because I'm pretty sure incoming messages actually have author details on them. Let's see. So are we? Yeah, we're just logging the messages. Let's look at the dev tools here. I think I started doing this because of the drop game, but each individual message actually includes author details, which is not cached. Yep, I think I can just say message.author. Hey, this is really ugly. We'll make that smaller. Let's give it just a class. Member badge. Width 20 pixels. Oh, I'll put this on the image. Sorry. Well, that's not working. Let's just debug what'll make it a good size. It's not even applying. Did I not spell it right? Member-badge. Member-badge. Oh. I think I need to restart the entire Electron app. I should be happy I don't have to see all these Dropbot messages. I guess I am, though we might just turn it off. Okay. I don't really have a good way. Actually, I can do this. If I just quit it. Yeah, I can quit it and then just start it up directly. Should be fine. Yeah. Ban all the bots. How do I know if they're bots or not? Oh, like I could put your badge on top of your avatar? That'd be pretty sweet. I like that. Though, why is this class not being applied? Oh, author image is overwriting it. Where is all that? Okay, that's horrible. Though actually, I like your idea, Canonello. If we literally make that a badge on your avatar, I think that's the way to go. So let's figure out how to do that. So we are showing your name, and then we're showing an image with your profile image URL. I think we'll do this. So we'll have like a div that has the image inside of it, and then we're gonna put this badge on there, and then we'll relatively we'll like fixed position it so it's like overlaying in the bottom right. Do we have an avatar class? No, we don't. Okay, so I'll say avatar image. All right, here we go. Did I break things? No, looks decent enough. But now, we'll make this work. There wouldn't be so many bots if TMI.js wasn't so easy to use. So blame Alka is what you're saying. Okay, yes. So now, instead of showing that thing right next to it, we're gonna do this. So we're gonna set avatar to have position relative. And then avatar member badge. Position absolute. Bottom 0. Let's see what happens. Something's happening. It's just IRC. Any old IRC bug. It's true. Okay, we need to set it a width and a height. Width 10 pixels, height 10 pixels, and get rid of that silly border radius. And actually, no, I think we'll do this. We'll say image member badge, and so we'll say border radius none. Well, that's not. Oh, no. Sorry, it's member badge and then the image inside of the member badge class. There we go. Now it's too small, but I think we're on the right track. 30. Cool. I want to inspect this though. So avatar is just that. Nice. And avatar has position relative. Cool. And then the image inside of it, and now the span, which is member badge. We're setting its image Actually, I like the border radius that it has, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, bottom is doing that, and then I guess if we set right. Oh. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, so top negative 0.5. Oh, no, not top. Bottom, 0 pixels. Right, negative 0.5 pixels. And that's even too much. Negative 10? Negative 20. Okay, that's not bad. And we can say bottom is negative 10 pixels. There we go. I think that's kind of doing it, but we'll increase this a little bit more. No, that's too much, so we'll go 15. Yes. And we'll decrease the width and the height to be like 20 pixels. I think that's it. Like that. Cool. This is the winner. Can't believe CJ codes on 2/3 of his screen and with a very big font size too. Oh, it's a snow globe. Yeah. Background, tomato. Now I feel sick. Put it as a superscript instead of a subscript if you get what I'm saying. I do get what you're saying, but I like this. But basically you're saying put it up top. But yeah. And I'm gonna make, I guess the font isn't bold. This seems a little bit hard to see on the red. I think I'll bold it. Actually, let's just again play around with that in the developer tools and make it look nice. Name. Wait. How did that do nothing? Am I selecting the right one? Winner. Yeah, so that looks pretty good. Though I do want, again, like I said, the name doesn't look that great to me. So this I think needs to be bolded. For font style, bold. Font weight, bold. I feel like that does absolutely nothing. 800? Yeah, you're right. So it shouldn't be green. Can I do shift click? Here we go. Oh, yellow should work, but is that the color of the mods? Yeah, no, mods are green. I think we'll do like a goldish color, like that. Like that? How's that? I think I want like more orangish gold. It's like mustard yellow. That's the one. That's it. Winner. Why pick one color? Make sponsors cycle through all the colors. Make the member icon bigger. I think I'll do that. Yeah, if you remember Tony from Noob Quest, he's I think he's red-green colorblind. He's colorblind of some kind. Okay, so it should be overlapping just a little bit. You're right, so let's do it. Let's see what this does. That's super. The idea of cycling through all colors, or no? Looks good. I think it looks all right. It's not bad. And again, shout out to Kenanello for being our first YouTube member. Just a little bigger? Okay, so let's do like 25 pixels. The only thing is it could potentially overlap with the user's name. Let's see. That's not bad. And though, I guess, like, while we're at it, why use that silly low resolution one? Like, I'm pretty sure I have like a pretty high resolution one, like right here. Yeah, let's just use that one. Like so. Nice. Very nice. Gold outline on the little logo as well. If you do an outline on something that has border radius, does that apply to it? Let's see. Also just use that's true too. Yeah, it doesn't apply to the border radius. It's around the image itself. I think you can though. There's a way to do it. You could use like box shadow. I don't know. I'm not gonna not gonna worry about that for now. Though one thing I am gonna do is I'm gonna put this close button in the top right instead of the bottom left, because that is ugly. So div button delete button. And the delete button is going to go in the top right. Here we go. Oh, right, not left. Oh, and then the, I guess the author class. I don't know if that goes 100% width. Let's look at author. Author display flex. Okay. Let's put this right here. And then we'll make the message class messages item message position relative. Okay, so the close button for everything is in the top right. I don't want that. I want it to be instead of position fixed, it should be position absolute. So that way it's relative to the parent. There we go. And instead of red, let's make that white. Hey, that's a little better. Cool. B Monsters is saying, when do you decide to use rem over pixels? Nowadays, you should probably mostly use rem. So rem is relative to the root element, and it's really easy to make things responsive because you can basically just change the root element size using media queries based on device width, and then the size of everything else changes. And yeah, so the reason I'm using pixels for the images is because this chat manager here is really only ever going to be running on this screen at this size. And so I actually wanted the pixel units. I could technically use pixels here for like top and left. But yeah, it's good enough. And that still works. Cool. All right. What do you all think? Are there any colorblind people in the chat? Is this gold on top of red okay? Like, can you read it? Can you see it? Majestic Guy says, perfect example is hero headlines. It could be up to like 40 pixels in size, and that would look horrendous on mobile. Yeah. So, I mean, there are other ways to do responsiveness. Like you could use vmin units instead of rems, because that's relative to the smaller of the width and the height of the device size. But a lot of times you want to have a responsive design to where like when you're on mobile, the font size actually gets bigger, and then everything is relative to that. So yeah. Is that a joke, Bob? But Deep Sense is saying, Twitch is too much. There's a guy who's been streaming for a full day now. I wonder how he's doing. You're not talking about me, right? But yeah. Sultan is asking about, can I make an e-commerce app? Eventually, I think I'll make like a basic site where I can sell stickers. Though, I just want to say, this Christmas tree looks wonderful. You all did a great job. A really great job. Yeah, is this legible? Can you see that this is a member that can you see the gold on top of the red? That's the question. Some other guy. Yeah. Our backseat driving is the best. Isn't it though? Like you could just like the chat's giving suggestions. I'm kind of like implementing them in a way. And Doc is just super smart and helps us with all the things. Okay, I think I'm gonna go now. This was a fun stream. But let's talk about all the things that we did because we got a lot done. And I appreciate you all for hanging out with me while it happened. So, we're giving suggestions and Doc tells us how to actually do it. The first thing we did was we got this wonderful drop Christmas tree working. Again, shout out to Doc who came up with how we could determine if a given emote was within the triangle of the Christmas tree. So we figured that out. And now we have all these wonderful drops happening, and if they land on the Christmas tree, we get an emote. I'm curious if I can take a screenshot I mean, I can always take a screenshot of the video afterwards, but this Christmas tree looks mighty fine. Edit. View. Preview. I don't know. I'll take a picture of the stream afterwards. I can add rainbow mode for members. That would be cool. Show their name as like a rainbow. Yeah. So we got the Christmas tree working, and it's great. Look at the fruits of our labors. The next thing we did was we worked on the Q&A website, and we got it so that patron questions bubble up to the top. And though actually I need, I'm glad that we're going to leave your question on here, Cananello, and actually I'll probably answer it before we go, but I will figure out a way to also take the member questions on Q&A and bring those up to the top. So Cananello is our first YouTube member. Shout out to Cananello. But on our Q&A site, we need to show a nice little member icon, and we'll probably show their name as like gold or something like that. So yeah. But here's a question from Cananello. How do I get ready for joining a team, like joining a new company for the first time? Besides getting the job done, how else can I prepare myself? Working on a team is all about communication. So you need to be able to communicate when you have problems. You need to be able to communicate to figure out how others can help you with those problems. You need to be able to communicate when you disagree. You need to be able to communicate when you agree. So I think the main thing is all about communication, like realizing that you're not alone. Your actions have an effect on others that you're working with, and that's really the main thing you need to take into account. In terms of like technical skills, typically like collaboration with Git. If they're using Git, that's like the main thing for working on a team. But I'm actually going to leave your question here so that we can use it for testing YouTube member integrations when we get there. But we added that there. And then on the chat window over here, we added members. Oh no, before we added members, we added emotes. So now on YouTube, if you are a chat member or a Coding Garden member, you can send custom emotes and they'll show up in my chat manager, which is nice. And then the last thing, Cananello is a member, and we can see that his name is orange and he has a member icon. So we did at least 5 things today. So I think that's pretty good for close to 5 hours of streaming. And Cananello says imposter syndrome is real. It's very true. Like, there's been a lot of people that like have made videos about this and have talked about it, but I absolutely had imposter syndrome when I first got a job. I still get it every now and then, especially when we're dealing with like bigger clients or we're dealing with potentially problem domains that I don't have a lot of expertise in. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go. This tree is awesome. You all are awesome. We'll see you next time. Most likely I'll try to stream for a couple of hours tomorrow, just doing reviews for the Seedling School projects. So I'll try to do a couple hours of reviews tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone. Let's do a Twitch raid. So if you're watching on YouTube, head on over to Twitch, and we're gonna find a channel to raid. Merry Christmas, Doc. Merry Christmas. All right, who are we gonna raid? Oh, actually, I'm in the just chatting category. Should we raid somebody else in just chatting, or should we go to science and technology? Let's see if there are any live coders going. There we go. Shaggy's got the raid message. Be sure to copy the raid message. Fierce Kittens, the Messy Coder, Pseudo Kid. What's Pseudo Kid working on? Raid a gamer? Oh, they're working on, looks like Python or something. Maybe not. Thank you, J. Philly Webb. Happy holidays to you as well. Should we rate a gaming stream? Can anybody suggest a game? If we're gonna do that, can you suggest a game that we should rate or a game that we should go to? Wait, who said that? Was that Bob that said that? Raid a gamer. Yeah, what game should we rate? But let's see. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm about to leave though. We're gonna rate a Twitch stream. Oh, is MS Gamer streaming right now? What? I've seen him in InstaFluff's stream. Yeah, we're gonna rate him. That's the plan. Let's do it. But yeah, I've seen them. If you've ever watched InstaFluff, they're always in the chat. But check out Instafluff. Wonderful stream. They're hosting someone else, but yeah, we're gonna raid that MS gamer. Let's do it. And if you're watching on YouTube, head over to Twitch, twitch.tv/codinggarden, and we're gonna do a good old fashioned raid. Coding Garden, yeah. Here we go. Cool. Alrighty, everyone. First of all, thanks so much to all of the donations today. Let's give a shout out to those people. So, shout out to Derek Kramer with the huge donation. Shout out to Casual Gameplay. Shout out to Geek Panther for all the donations that happened today. Thank you very much to Canonello, who is our very first YouTube member, and that actually allowed us to test a lot of these features. So that was super sweet. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here is this.